All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 14th Board of Selectmen's meeting. We're going to call the meeting to order. Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The board is just coming out of a paperwork review. And we'll move into review approval consent items. On tonight's consent items list, we have the AP manifest for April 1st for $1,707,949.44. April 8th, $83,185.98. April 15th for $60,993.09. We have payroll manifest for April 3rd. For $62,810,000.82. April 10th, $64,277.30. April 17th, $67,369.33. We have 9 veteran credit recertifications. We have 2 elderly exemption recertifications, 2 elderly exemption denials, 1 new elderly exemption approval, 1 new blind exemption approval, tax collector reconciliation for March, a tax clerk, a town clerk reconciliation for March of 2025, and a sign request from the Spirit of Litchfield Easter Hunt. Any items we wish to remove or any discussion?
The elderly exemption denials,
Mm-hmm.
do we have them?
They're in the consent, yes.
Yeah, can I see them?
There's a letter attached.
There's a letter attached. Okay, I'd like to see it first before we vote on that. I'd like to see our old folks, getting what they need. This could be a while.
Do you want to just remove that from and put it in the
Yeah,
bid?
can we remove it and add it later?
Okay, so we'll remove the denial, right?
Yeah.
So
The two denials.
2 auxiliary exemption denials.
Okay.
Anything else anybody want to remove?
So this one.
I'll take a motion. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Greenan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0. Request for any additional items or other business to be added to tonight's agenda? Do we have anything else you want to add that's not already on the list of items?
I have one thing, but not to add. I'm going to add something next week. I was at a historical society meeting and they wanted me to ask the board some questions, so I'll put it on for next week's agenda.
Okay.
Just for transparency.
All right. Hearing nothing else be added to the agenda. Public input will happen no earlier than 6:45. Moving on to the business part of the meeting. Approval of minutes for March 24th, 2025. Has everybody had an opportunity to review?
Yeah.
Any modifications, adjustments? If not, I'll take a motion to approve. So moved.
Second.
Motion approved by Steve Gannon, seconded by Bob Leary. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries 5-0-0. Approval for the non-public minutes for March 24th, 2025. Do we have an opportunity to review and if there's any adjustments? Nope. I get a motion to approve. So moved. Do I have a second? Motion made by Steve Cannon, seconded by Diane Plansky. Any other discussion? No. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0.
I've reviewed the applications and we can add them back in if you want. The denials,
Okay.
they're over the income limits, so.
Okay, I'll make a motion to
Amend the consent?
amend the consent to add the 2 elderly exemption denials back into the review and approval of consent items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Leary. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Send the memos.
Passed. Opposed, abstained. Motion carries 5-0-0. And it happens because sometimes we get through it and we get the meeting started real quicker, so. All right, next up, we'll have Susan Haley and Jim Norton to talk about class signs. Hi,
Jim couldn't make. So you got me.
it's okay.
Hey, Susan.
Please see.
How are you?
How are you, Susan?
Good. 60 Pilgrim Drive, Susan Halen. I'm here for two reasons. One is on behalf of CHS Music and Friends of Performing Arts to advertise.
Susan, can you twist the microphone?
Yeah, twist it a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
To advertise the Footloose play for CHS. And I have the messaging here on this form. I do not have the official flyers yet, but once I do, I'd like to bring them down so they could be hung up in the area there on their bulletin boards. That would be great. So that's business number one.
Do you want to use the other signs too?
Yes.
So that's a sign application?
Yes, this is a sign application for like the dump, whatever signs you want. You
Okay.
can put it on would be fantastic.
All right. Do we want to take that action first? Or do you want to take it for, well, when's the event again?
It is in May 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Let's see that.
How would the board like to proceed? I mean, typically these should go into the office and come in front of us after they've been reviewed.
Oh, I'm sorry. So,
Did you already review it?
yes, she asked me for the application. We spoke when she said she was going to come this evening. So
Okay.
it's fine with the office now.
I'll make a motion to approve the signs as requested.
I'll second. Motion made by Mr. Leary, seconded by Mr. Brunel. Any discussion?
Nope.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries 500. So you can, I guess we got some more. Susan, your next topic, sorry.
All right, next one. I'm here on behalf of CHS, the PTO, Parent Teacher Organization, and Friends of Performing Arts. This is for our request to post the 2025 seniors signs on town property along Albuquerque between Liberty and Hillcrest. We do it every year, but I'm formally coming to ask permission to do so.
And when would you start the post? When would you post them
So
out there?
that would be the weekend of May 31st, 31st, and June 1st, and then the following weekend, June 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then they stay at the high school from that point on until they graduate.
Oh, so for 2 weekends, basically.
Yes.
You take them down during the week?
We take them down every night. We take them, we don't leave them overnight in case they disappear, you know?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a lot of work.
I wondered why that happened, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd see them, and other times I don't.
Yeah, we take them down every night and
Okay.
put them back out.
They look great there. They
They
really
do.
do look great there. It's very small town feel to see them
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
This did come up though, John.
It did. So, because there's an ordinance that we have in our town ordinance that says no signs on Albuquerque. I think I even raised it with how these signs getting put up. I mean, I think it's a great thing, and I think we should allow it. But so we have to make an adjustment to that ordinance. But I mean, I believe it's in review of the board to accept and allow it to occur for the windows of time that you stated. The board made the ordinance, I guess the voters accepted the ordinance as it was. I don't think they understood the impact potentially, and I think we can make an exception. But obviously, I don't know what the other members feel. So, I'll just put that in folder then.
I'll make the motion and we can open it for discussion, but I make the motion that we make the exception to allow those signs for Campbell High School seniors to appear on Albuquerque.
And I'll second.
May 30th, 31st, and June 1st.
And also the following weekend, June 6th, 7th, and 8th.
6th, 7th, and 8th.
I filled this out so you have the information, even though it's not really applicable. But figured.
So a motion has been made, seconded. Any discussion? I guess
How do we fix this going
Well, I
forward?
I think we have to do a warrant. Planning board has to do a warrant we have to request the planning board to make the change via the warrant process.
And then put it on the next year's town hall.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've made a note
Yeah.
to do it. Okay,
So we brought it up a couple times, and I think it does need to get resolved, right?
I think so.
Especially something like that where it's Part of the students, short-lived, and you guys are taking it down, which I
Change it on me.
that probably makes another benefit, I guess, if it's coming down.
Sorry, somebody's out metal detecting on town property, so she's.
That happened this
sending some
weekend, too.
I know. I heard that, so my eyes in town.
So, I mean, I'm obviously I'm in favor of it. I think we can do it. I think we should be able to do an exception. And then obviously we have to bring it forward to the voters to get their take on it. If the voters deny our change, then obviously we've heard. I don't think the voters understood what the restriction was. Right? I think it was more about commercial signs and stuff like that. This is something to benefit the residents and the students. So that's sort of my take on it.
Yeah, we may have to tighten up that ordinance.
We do. That's what
Selling activities.
It's on our warrant. It's on our warrant to get the planning board to help. We need to go back in front of we need to go in front of the planning board, request them to reconsider it,
Yep.
and give the board of selectmen clear exception rights to allow it to occur based on sign application.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that's probably just add a few more words that says the board of selectmen have the right to allow.
Yeah.
Maybe like that, whatever that is.
One thing, I think,
RSA, the board of selectmen can put a zoning change on without the planning board's.
Oh, I thought we couldn't do that.
I did not know that. Well, the only thing I'll add to that is Albuquerque was approved with that rule in it of no signs, and I'm not sure what contract was involved. I wasn't on the planning board then, so whenever that went in front of the voters,
Yeah.
there was some contract there that has to be looked at.
Yeah,
So
that's the
then
case.
research it.
Let's look at it.
a limited road.
Intention versus, yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine the intention was they didn't want
Everyone's
commercial signs and
Yeah.
other signs that
Yep.
were more stuck there. Yeah. I asked the question, how does the town have a sign?
Right, exactly, in the school.
The school too.
Well, I'll also say that you see real estate signs out there and you see other signs that are temporary, so I don't, we don't tell them to take them down.
That's the slippery slope.
This is something promoting the town, promoting the school and the kids that have worked so hard to get to graduation. I think we should support it.
Yeah, and I guess I always thought it was, maybe it was more courtesy, go to the planning board and say, we would like to have this, are you in support of, and have the planning board bring it
should
forward.
do that.
But if we can do it, I guess we can do it. All right. Anything else we want to discuss on this topic? All right, I'll take a vote. All in favor of allowing the signs, the CHS graduation signs to be presented on Albuquerque on the dates described? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries 500. Thank you.
Would you like this form as well?
Yes, please. Well, we'll sign it and make it
I'll
official.
sign it, then I'll be able
Thank you
to.
for getting out on this.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
I'll sign it this way first. All right, next up will be Conservation Commission Shed at Town Hall. I think Diane asked for it, but I believe Matt's here to.
He is, yep.
Yeah, no presentation today.
Oh.
You didn't bring George with you, that's why.
Jason was in Aruba.
Matt Hoffman, 38 Brickyard Drive, and Conservation Commission Chair. What we wanted to talk about is for the community garden, we're getting a lot of good community interest for that. We have a lot of new interest this year. We have 14 gardeners signed up. A lot of gardeners are going for full plots instead of half plots. So we have a need to get a permanent water source there, as well as need a location to, so permanent water source will require some place to mount some solar panels. Our goal is to put in a low volume pump to be able to draw water in from the stream, put it into a storage tank that the gardeners can use. And then we also need somewhere for communal equipment like shovels, watering cans, hose, that sort of stuff that all the gardeners can use. So one thing we could really use is a shed to be able to mount the solar panels, store the pump, and to be able to use for storage for that. We do have a shed right out back here behind town hall that's Conservation Commission used to use, but is not using it anymore. So we're just seeking permission to move that shed over to the community garden to be able to, use for the purposes that I just mentioned.
Okay. So, do you have anything to add, Ms. Kleiner? I know I have a few pieces, but
So the only thing that we would ask is that you allow highway to move it for you.
that was
And
good.
please you just tell us where you'd like it. just for liability reasons.
Oh, we have
a lot more coverage, and we don't want anybody to
also a
get
big
hurt.
forklift we don't have.
So-
So
You would be thrilled.
They have offered to move it for you.
yeah, that's great. I mean, we're just asking permission now. We still have to do an inspection just to make sure that it's going to be
Able to be
structurally sound to be able to move it. But if highway can help us with that, that'd be awesome. We could prep a site for them to move it. That's not a problem.
Just let us know when.
Kevin could even use probably the rec conservation trailer to move it, which might be a little bit easier. I don't know what he has for.
He's got-
He has a
yeah.
pretty
It's got
hefty-
steps.
Yeah, the problem with our trailers, it's got the side
Yeah, he's
gates and
got-
stuff. But I mean, we could do it. We just have to build some structure to be able to support it.
It's gonna be a whole.
Yeah, I know when it first came up, I thought there was an ownership concern, but I believe the history of that shed was, it was being used by the OHV that was owned by the police department. And when the OHV got transitioned over to you folks, at the time, Chief O'Brien had allowed Matt Lepore to take ownership of that building.
Mhm.
And he was cleaning it out and he was using it for storage. So you moved on to the old fire station. I believe it's a history there, but I don't think there's any question why we can't use it. It's in pretty sad weathered shape, but
But I mean, we also if we moved it, we'd paint it, make it nice
Yeah,
and presentable
yeah.
there. But we just got to make sure it's structurally sound to be able to move.
I don't know how many checks in it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So it's town land, right? Kind of.
From the garden.
So no planning board involved.
It's actually not
Setbacks.
counted. It's
not-
through
It's
a
a
trust
lease.
that we have a lease for.
It's a lease. through the
So
trust.
I hate it. It's my planning board habit. Sheds or whatever have setbacks and all of that. Is this? Do they have to? I don't know if they have to go to planning. Not planning,
It's
but
not town land.
10 by
It's a
10.
lease for.
But again, I don't know. The setback rules really.
Setback for
If you're familiar with where the gardens are now, probably set it back over where the picnic tables are, so it's off the
It's sort of
view of the road, but
Yeah.
easily accessible for
That's
everyone.
back, yeah.
We're basically going to have to expand if you're familiar with the garden right now, we have the existing plots. We have enough gardeners where we got to basically double that space. So it'll just move north of where the current plots, just in line with that, and we'll keep like a 20-foot gap so people can have easy access to it. But the shed will likely go on the river side of the garden.
So if it was town land, they wouldn't have to worry about it.
Correct.
That's why I was checking. So
We
Do we
can
need
check the
courtesy?
lease, but I don't think we have any
We'll-
issues with
I believe
Yes.
talks about a tool shed being put on.
yeah, it has been discussed.
The lease it has it on the lease because when Kim and I did it, we went through everything that I wanted. And a tool shed, I thought we were going to have to build one or
I actually
It
have
was
a copy
one
of
of
the
the-
lease. I can check quick. I have a copy of the lease.
yeah. We pretty much covered all the swing set, everything that I wanted.
Yeah.
So it was on my wish list.
well, we can have. Kevin
yeah,
check the
just make sure
setback.
that what is it? 10 feet? I don't even know what the setback is, but it's not big.
It's at least 20.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can see it right out there. It's
No, not even the shed. I think where you're gonna put it's probably gonna be fine.
I think
It's going to be way.
But they can just check,
Probably 10 by 12.
Let's circle
Yeah, but the setback on the property, it's almost in the middle, not in the middle, but it's in the both sides.
Oh, it wouldn't be on the border of the property. It'd be by the garden plots, which are set back,
Yeah.
dozens of feet from the
Those
property
pesky
border.
laws. But we got to adhere to them. But okay, so they can do it.
The town of
They'll probably
Litchfield owns
tell.
Parker Park, so we'd have to fight with town of Litchfield if there was a encroachment issue.
Who's your neighbor? The woods. I mean, but still, we still have to follow the law, right?
So
Chipmunks might be upset, but anyway.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the movement of the shed located at the town hall to the garden, community garden, in a location designed by the the garden folks, assuming that the lease allows it and there's no objection to, with Kevin Brown, where it's going to set and all that stuff as far as setbacks go. If that does occur, we've got to come back and figure it out. But
Yeah, I can check the lease right now.
And Kim can check the state setbacks. make sure we get it off the road. I think it might be 50 feet because it's a state road.
I think it's 20, but it's
On the state road?
Road already at that far.
above by the state. It's still.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be way back in there.
Lot side,
Yeah,
Riverside.
yeah, I know where they're gonna put it.
Yeah, so.
She just doubled.
So that's the motion, authorizing them to do it, assuming
Yep.
Lisa's okay and
Yep.
Kevin Brown has no problem with
Yep.
moving it and says the property correct.
Making sure that's set back as
Yeah.
well.
Make sure the setback
That was it.
is valid.
Do I have a
Second
second?
that.
Seconded by Mr. Leary. Further discussion?
Yep.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500.
Then I just had one other question. We have the fishing derby coming up, and we have signs for the fishing derby. Just the previous presentation reminded me of that. I just didn't know how we apply to get permission to make sure we can, properly advertise the derby.
Gate is open.
I mean, you go on the agenda.
They all go.
Yeah, those signs were removed.
5 minutes.
You don't want to
So
do that
where would
again.
we put those signs?
At the major intersections like Albuquerque for
So in town
Pinecrest,
right away,
Hillcrest.
all the-
Yeah, and down
You
Page.
still, you still have to be concerned about folks' property. Because like if you go to the intersection of Pinecrest and Albuquerque, that's all owned by somebody else. Even if it's in our right of way, it's still owned by somebody else. So we can't give you authorization to put it there unless you get the owner to say it's okay.
Okay.
Um,
We just had permission to put signs up on Albuquerque. I assume we have it right away by the bike path and stuff. We put stuff along the bike path. Is that okay?
On the Hillcrest Road, you can, because that's a state road, right?
Yeah.
Well,
On their
Hillcrest.
property. I don't know what the
Albuquerque is
setback is
probably
on
the
that.
primary place where we want to put them along the bike path side.
The Boucher's on the corner where
Yes.
we're allowed to put some of the political signs. And I think that we could probably ask Ellen and Dana Boucher.
Yeah.
If we could do that.
wherever you see a political sign, it's probably a safe bet. You can put it there if you find the owner to ask.
I'll call her.
I would just fill out a form, I guess, since we have a record of it, but can we authorize them, if they fill the proper form, put it on in front of the town hall, in the same stretch we have CHS? I know it's outside of the little thing, but for a couple weekends. And then at the dump, at the recycling center, at the entrance to that, get it on the signs, obviously, as you wanted. So fill out the sign request, and then we can address the stuff that's town property at that point, if that makes sense to everybody here.
And the town website and or whatever, the Facebook, right?
Yeah.
But just Bill.
email your form.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
You got it.
And can we identify in the form, or just with the email, where we think he can put it based on our authority, and then where he has to go ask for permission?
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Is that it, Matt?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I did skip over Rick because I was going to see Chris here. Now Chris is here. So next up, we're going to move back in order again. The approval of Justin Brunel from alternate to full member of the Recreation Commission. What's that?
Public comment?
Wait, sure.
Oh, it's 6:45. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
We'll stall it for a second. Thanks, Ron, for the quick interruption. I'll open the floor for public input. If there's anybody from the public, just come forward. Please step forward, state your name and address.
Good evening. Ron Blanus, 15 Riverview Circle.
Ron?
And I'm here as a citizen. And what I want to talk about is what you're going to be talking about with the Rec Commission. And specifically the funding of the porta potties. As we just talked about prior to the meeting, we opened up Sawmill today for beginning play of pickleball. And when I identified to folks out there that the potential of having to pay to have them now be there instead of having the town pay the $5,000 to have porta potties placed all over all our fields, the answer was less ridiculous. And others thought that because the default budget went in place and the default budget has the porta potties in and has for years, then that by itself is indication that they should be paid for. And I understand that, there's a potential for the selectmen to still take that money and use it to make other deficits. So essentially, what I'm here to personally, and I'm not representing Litchfield Pickleball Association because I haven't had a chance to talk over our board this response, just seeing it on the agenda. But I want to highlight that, you know, Litchfield Pickleball is given tens of thousands of dollars to the town, to the rec commission specifically. And could we pay for it? Absolutely. And that's not the issue. It's the, in my opinion, it is there are people that use it for the whole town. Particularly at Sawmill and down Dare Pond, people park there and walk the park. Are you going to start putting coin-operated slots on there for, you know, I mean, we're going to go that far? My point is $5,000 should be there. It should be something, and quite truthfully, it's a benefit for many of our seniors that use that area, either pickleball or others, and it's like, we don't get many benefits, and I'm advocating for it. It might be someone that have the same opinion.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Anybody else that step forward? Name and address, sir?
Mark Mackin, 10 Westview Drive. I echo what Ron offered and have seen heavy use of that, and we would, I'd like to see that still be covered by the town in terms of the expense of that. I know when I was coaching kids, we didn't have that convenience where I was back in years, and I know I've and others have had to leave the property to head home during events and stuff. So there's obviously all the kids playing, the seniors that play pickleball and the tennis courts as well, the coaches and the parents that go to different events. So I request that that still be covered by the town.
Okay, thank you. Sir. Anyone else? Bert? No.
Okay.
Name and address, sir?
Sure. Rick Maslers, 13 Blue Jay Way. So I did a little bit of background. I am recovering from cancer, and I now play pickleball. I'm in remission and everything else. But when I heard when Ron mentioned that they were going to take away the porta potties, I find it shocking because people use it for medical. For their own personal needs, medical needs and such. And I know I'm not the only one who uses it, you know, frequently for whatever cases, not just naturally bodily functions, but beyond that. So I'm here to continue to endorse, you know, that the town should pay, not, you know, coin operated or anything like that. So
Thank you.
Glad to hear you're in remission.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to hear it. Final, sir.
My name is Stephen Yaw. Last name is spelled Y-A-W. Live at 13 Brickyard Drive. And our house is just adjacent to the soccer field. It's right there on Brickyard. And it's a long walk from the road back into where the soccer field is. Let alone we have a major problem with how many cars are parked all around that place.
Right.
And if people who are going to the bathroom have to walk out and then go back, you know, it's a real big problem. And so it's a big advantage for that to be there for them.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
Anybody else? A different topic? Okay.
I would just echo that the money probably should go to the porta potties since we are in default, but that money is in the budget for porta potties.
Yeah, I agree, but we're also $127,000 short, and it's a high level appropriation, so we have other areas of concern. But I agree. I think what's important to recognize that the board did not remove the money from the budget; the budget committee did, and the budget committee deems it not something the town residents should be paying for the benefit of all the town residents. We disagree. We have disagreed. We try to figure out ways to work around it, and before we got a default. Now we're in a default where we have other shortcomings in the budget too, so we have to make some interesting decisions. but we appreciate that. And I think
But you should go to a budget committee meeting.
absolutely 100%, because that's where a lot of these actions are being taken and we have to kind of abide by.
I did talk to JD when I heard about this was going to be coming today, and what I think they felt when they made this removal is that with the 2% top on our budget, it's 2, right? 5% top on our budget. They needed to cut some things. We gave them a budget that was over that 5%. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we gave them a 5%, a budget that was over that 5%. When they were looking through, they really felt like everything that the town had put forward was needed. And they just kind of looked at that, and honestly, it was a slash. It was just, okay, here's $8,000. It's 8, not 5, right?
It was 7132.
Okay. And they kind of just said, okay, we need to reduce the budget by this. We are a bottom line budget, which means that we could make some adjustments to it. But he doesn't have an objection as a budget committee member and in a non-meeting environment to that happening, that we use it because it's in the default.
To expand on what Chairman Brunel said last meeting is, we are working default budget, but the best thing we could do at this point is use the budget committee's approved budget as our baseline, because the budget committee's approved budget did account for the contractual obligations that we had, that we have to commit to. Unfortunately, they're also the ones that cut the porta potties. So what we're trying to do is we're going to use that as our baseline, try to hit to that, but we still have to figure out, we're still $60-something thousand in the red.
So,
right?
if I may, it's a little bit more complicated than just one line. So, if we put back the money for the portables and we go by the money in the default budget for the portables, are we going to go by the default for the money in the maintenance? Because the default budget for the maintenance is $4,500 versus $12,500 that was in the operating budget with the portables out. So if we do both, then we've got to go to some department and take something away, because that will leave the rec budget way over what it would have been as the operating or the default.
We're kind of getting into the topic that I think that Chris is here for too. So why don't we, if there's no more public input on this topic or any other topic, I'm going to close public input at 7:02.
Can I just make one response to that then?
Yeah, please come to the floor.
What's
What
that?
do you need? What does she
I'd
need?
like to look it up, and I think it's better if
Is it this one, John?
Oh, you want the cable?
Is it this one?
talking numbers.
Yes.
Yeah, I would
think
let it be.
seeing it helps.
I agree, Kim. I'd like to see it.
Go ahead, Ron, real quick.
I actually do believe that people voted for the default budget because they thought things would actually get restored. And I actually believe this is one of them. And I'll compare some of the other things. And you asked me to go to the budget committee. I certainly will. And as you know, I've been to the budget committee. And one of the things that upsets me more than anything else is that what they did approve is authorizing $41,000 to buy an automatic line striper for the school department.
Different budget.
I don't care. It's my taxes.
I know, but it's a completely different budget.
You're at the wrong meeting.
Nothing to do.
No, I'm not. I'm at a town meeting talking about taxes. And this is, so I will go to the budget committee and I'm going to go to the school. So the point being is the budget committee, in my mind, did a terrible job this year. I really do. They did not cut anywhere near. And I'll give you an example why they should have done something with the school board more. What was the first action the school board did after the fall budget? I'll tell you. The first activity was to authorize the addition of an assistant coach for the track. Where did that money come from? They're in default. All of a sudden, they have money to authorize a new assistant coach. How did that happen? So my point being, and I'll just finish, and then you can respond. This is something, there's more people here tonight than were at the school board deliberative session on this issue.
Yeah.
And I just put this email out this afternoon. I have 3 people that I have emails for that said I support you, but I can't be there. So I hope you at least take some public input for once and respond to it. And I'll stop there.
Any other, before I close it officially again at 7:05? All right.
Well, thank you for your input.
Yeah.
We definitely listened to it. We
And I'm sorry.
certain areas we agree, but we're also
And I understand.
some.
But I do think it's a point of order, right? The Board of Selectmen have the ability to control the expenditures and the expenses within the town budget only.
Yeah.
We could agree with you or disagree, it doesn't matter. We have no influence over what the school board does with their budget. They're also running in a different fiscal year, so when they appoint something, they're not even touching the budget they just got. That's not until next year, right? So that their impacts of the default doesn't happen to them until next year. They're in a fiscal year, I think July, right? So it's not until July
Yes.
because they're fiscal. So they're still running with their current budget. Now, I don't know how they're going to make it. If they appoint a new body and they may have there must be money in their default. I have no idea. But I would advise anybody who has a concern on a school budget, school board issue, to go to the school board and raise it there. And also, obviously participate in budget, right? That's a good opportunity, 1, to learn what's going on, but 2, to have influence over what the budget committee does, because the budget committee, they're doing the best job they can too. They have, in the town side, we have a cap. The school board does not have a cap, right? So there's a lot of restrictions there that we get tunneled with all the time.
Mhm.
And we have, and everybody knows the town has a lot of failing assets and different things we have to address that we just can't get the funding to address. So, but I appreciate everybody's feedback. I think we heard you loud and clear. I think we come somewhat, I know I personally do agree. We just got to figure it out. So let's get back on the agenda. I'm just going to reverse a little bit because I think we already got into this topic already.
Can I just add one thing?
Go
I
ahead.
will also say, Ron, is that the town has a policy that we don't add any positions without going to vote. It's got to go on a warrant. The school had that, and then they had it changed a couple of years later to advisory, and they've never really adhered to it. But we do, even for part-time people, we ask the taxpayers. Okay, I think we've been pretty diligent with the money.
And I'm not.
Yeah. I know.
Wait, you're absolutely correct. I support you 100%. Yes, absolutely.
All right. So like I said, we're going to flip-flop the Recreation Commission topics. So because we are on the porta potties, I think it's probably makes sense to.
Take care of your son first.
Can I eat a little crow with the rec? Because I got an email from Chris the other day, and I had it typed out to send to everybody, and I did not hit really. How many times have we said that, right? But I at least typed the email and it was supposed to be sent, but there may have been some bourbon involved, and it did not go to send. So
I didn't have any
I
apologies,
apologize, Chris. I did not send it.
It's okay.
Yep. But I also did not discuss it.
I don't know, Justin. Do you mind?
My response was that I would try and find out for
All
you.
right. So
You can sit
Sorry.
there with him if you just support.
I don't.
No,
Chris is a big guy. He'll take care of himself. But
I knew he was here because it was an eclipse.
Yeah.
all right. So we have Recreation Commission topic is around budget items, specifically the portables. Ms. Kleiner, would you like to introduce the topics around, the details around?
So up here, and I think I sent this to the rec commission.
Yep.
We did this for every single department in the town because we wanted to make sure that everything that was important was included, and how could we make that work between the operating budget and the default. We, for the most part, right now, have left the maintenance in, but here, the default on the maintenance is only $4,500 versus the $12,500 in the operating. The portables here, you're right, in the default is $7,132, but in the operating it's only $1,680. So we can't have both because then bottom line, you're over the operating budget and the default budget. Unless the selectmen decide to cut some other department. But most of the departments have had to make pretty tough decisions and have faced cuts in their line items already. So that's the only, if you wanna cut the repairs, I emailed you this afternoon about some money.
Yeah.
That was a good email. So we found $3,100 in unanticipated money that belongs to the rec club, rec commission, sorry. Back in 2019, the pickleball made a donation of $3,000 for Talent Hall repairs. That was accepted by the Selectmen. Can be authorized by the rec commission. And it was put in unanticipated. That's why you didn't see it in your revolving line or anything like that. So we got that money. We can put that in the repair line, consider that as part of your repairs, and then put the portables back up. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, so let me start by saying, I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I know this isn't easy for anybody, any of the boards or any of the commissions to make these decisions and make these cuts. I think, and I understand the passion of these folks behind us here. We're talking about basic sanitation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked about putting this cost back on the leagues, but it's more than the leagues. There are schools that use the fields. There are outside clubs that use the fields. There are residents that walk up and down the street that use these fields or these locations. And I guess our concern is that, what happens, I guess, if the leagues decide they don't want to use our contracted vendor, if they want to bring in their own porta potty, what happens if they decide they want to lock up the porta potties when they're not in season or when they're not being used? There's a lot that is I feel gonna come up that we have to deal with, and we were asking you to put the money back in here and hopefully try and work with you to figure out a way that we can still meet the requests that you guys have to try and match this. But, like I said, in spirit of Litchfield, are they going to be charged, or is it just the specific leagues in town? There's not a lot of forethought, I think, that went into this. And that's one of the concerns that I have. And we talked about maybe looking at the revolving fund, if that's an option. I would like to keep the funds in there and do whatever we can to try and help out the town and help out the leagues and the residents, that aren't a part of the leagues.
But the schools are using those.
The schools are using our fields, yeah.
The rec fields, which I don't know that that's like the intention of the rec fields. The rec fields are taken care of by rec and by the town. The schools have their own fields that they're responsible for being taken care of. So we might be able to go to them and ask for some money as well.
That's our plan. If we have to have the leagues and different organizations
Start charging, being charged.
our plan is to go to the town.
We kind of have a gentleman's agreement not to charge
the
town. They're taking off the same tax base, because at one point you're taking money out of one bucket, putting it in the other pocket, and vice versa. It doesn't make any sense.
So that's what a budget is, though.
But I understand that. But I understand.
Yeah, but they don't charge the town when the town
Correct.
uses.
And we use it for elections, and
Yeah,
we have
other
events and
things,
things. So
deliberative.
it's a slippery slope, and I don't think it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It only inflates their budget and lowers ours. At the end of the day, if the town is running a rec program that requires sanitation, sanitary environment, we need to do it. Right? And I agree. I think this has become. I've been part of some of the debates. I've listened to the debates of the budget committee. It's been we try to put it back. They took it. It's been this back and forth. What is the total impact? $7,100 and some odd dollars.
Yes, and there's been a couple changes. So
we added some 88.
Yeah, we
at other locations.
changed one out for an 88.
What's the yearly operating cost?
I think it was 8,100.
Yeah.
Right here it says 8384.
I think that's before. So remember, the portable at Dara
Oh yeah, that's
was never taken out of the budget.
Yeah.
So that was always in there, that 1680.
Right.
So with the, I think I put the updated charges with the new portables that we switched out.
6848. Does that sound right?
No, it went
I
up.
think it's higher than that.
Yeah, I thought it was higher than that too.
Wow, Kim, make it a little smaller.
Yeah.
I just wanted to need glasses, I guess.
69.92.
You have to download it. Then.
Was it 80?
Blow it up. You can't do it on the screen.
No,
What is
that's,
But that includes
The Darrow one, right?
error.
Which is 1536, right?
Yeah, so
Which we already have in the budget still, right?
92.
Is that the problem?
no, it'd be 8384 minus 1536 for 6848.
Yes,
So that's what we're missing on the budget.
that's what.
6848.
Yeah.
And then you said there's approximately 3,100
3,100 in the unanticipated.
that'll go into revolving that could use it, so that could knock it down.
Well,
to-
it can't be moved into revolving. You can spend it from there.
Right.
You can just let us know what you want it spent on. And
6848 minus 3,100.
now that was given, that unanticipated was given for repairs at Talent Hall. It was specified in the motion.
Mhm.
So we can't use that for the portables. We could use that for work at Talent
Right.
and take money from your repairs line and use that towards the portables.
Yep. I thought the
Either
rec
way.
revolving had approximately, like, I want to say $30,000.
26, 28,000, somewhere around there.
20,000.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
But what's the purpose of the revolving fund though?
So the revolving fund is fees. So fees and expenses related to a program.
Yep.
So you have fees coming in for a program if you're running a program, and I think I'm only going by the history that I've been told by the staff that you had rec leagues. And so you had payments coming in for people participating, and then you were paying expenses related to those leagues.
Yeah, and then some of it would be what Ron's sitting here. So pickleball would make a donation, and they could specify this is for use at Talent Hall.
Mhm.
So that money could only be used at Talent Hall. But then there were other funds, such as when we had the Chaos and Kindness Comedy night, there was no stipulations. It just went into the rec. That's probably $3,100. It just went into the rec revolving account, and that money could be used by the rec at their discretion. But some of it was earmarked and tagged for specific reasons. And I thought Karen was tracking that.
She has tracked it. So the 3,100 is in unanticipated. The 26 is in the revolving. Some of that is Spirit of Litchfield, right, for their events that they've taken in. But at the end of the day, these are programs that you're running. So if we have to tap into the revolving fund for the portables, there are programs and fees that are associated with programming. So I don't see a
So
problem.
right now it's $37.48. If we could pull that out of the rec revolving, that would cover the porta potty expenses.
And keep the maintenance at 25.
I don't know what it means. Is that 12.5?
We have
Because
$45,000 warrant article that just went
It
through
was.
for maintenance and
That's-
repairs,
That's
right?
for repairs.
Yeah, it's for
Yeah,
repairs.
so
That-
yeah, that's
That
for
line
repairs.
Yeah.
I was thinking building repair, because quickly I've been trying to figure this out. I think this bothers me. So the last time I looked at the budget, like your building repair budget, 4,500, line 430, you still had you only, just started all up there. 500 was spent in it. Yeah. General supplies was 15, you still have 1066. Equipment repair was 1,000, and I think you still have all of it. Field maintenance improvement, 2,500, you still have 2,500 in there. And then equipment purchases, 500. So I think between those line items and what's in the rec revolving that's not tagged for any specific reason, we have to move some things around, but I think we can cover it.
But hang on,
At least this year.
we're asking them to take money out of their budget to cover it. So that's not going to jeopardize other programs that are going on, like repairs or other maintenance that's going to go on.
Not if it comes out of the revolving fund.
No, he's only talking about saying $3,100 out of the revolving fund, right?
Yeah, 31 out of unanticipated,
Unanticipated.
and then the 3748 out of the rec revolving, without touching the budget.
Oh, yeah, without adjusting the budget.
All right, perfect. I thought you were trying to.
Does that work, Chris, in your head?
The concern is it's an easy target.
Yes, so the concerns that I have, I guess, are there any implications with doing that, and what happens next year with the portable
The
budget?
implication is the budget committee is going to go
Yeah.
after your budget with them. I'll find you. Go.
I think that's an entirely different conversation is what we do when we get to the 26.
Okay.
budget.
Yeah, I think it's important to come forward to the budget committee with all the details of where that money's going to go, why it's important, and why we had to put it back and reinstall it. I mean, we can talk about the feedback we received, right?
And when we keep track of these things this year, of the things, remember I said I wanted to see what we actually budgeted and versus the default, and what money did we have to take forward. And I think this is a good example of that.
Right, so Heather, our accountant, is putting out, so you'll receive it, she's putting out a spreadsheet each month with the default number, the operating budget, and what's spent, so that we can look and we can compare and make some really good decisions going into 26.
Okay.
And so, just so I can clarify, the leagues like softball, girls softball, that are contacting me for over and above for porta potties separate, I continue to bill them.
Correct. Yeah, those are for one-time events, tournament weekends where we need extra facilities.
Right.
Yeah.
Will do.
All right, can we make a motion on this? I'd like to make a motion to authorize the Recreation Commission to utilize a fund from the unanticipated, the $3,100 unanticipated, as well as funds in their revolving account to cover the cost of the portable toilets.
I'll second.
For whatever this year is, 2025.
So motion made by Mr. Gannon, seconded by myself. Further discussion?
I just want to say to try and decide how to charge the different leagues like pickleball, softball,
I don't-
basketball. It would be just so difficult to
I think it's
try
going to be a night.
to break out what those funds would be for all of those different groups. So
I think it was kind of made very clear that the porta potties benefit more than just the leagues of the people that
Oh, yeah.
are
Absolutely.
scheduled there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of public that use it. Kids that are walking up and down the parks, hanging out in the park. So I think it's important to have them. I think Steve Weber, stated very clear. This is a necessity. It has to be there. This is silly that we're even having this discussion.
oh my God, yeah.
So, any other discussion?
Yeah, it's a health issue. It hasn't happened.
It is a health issue because if they're not going there, where are they going?
The woods.
Yeah, exactly. And then somebody's got to clean that up, and that's not okay either.
Nope.
So yeah,
All right. Motion's made and seconded, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carried 5-0-0. You have your toilets back.
Thank you.
thank you.
Welcome to the budget committee meetings.
Show up.
Hey, while we have Chris here, I sent you guys that email finally.
Did you?
Thank you.
Yeah, he wants money from his rec revolving fund.
Yeah. So this is in regards to
You should
the
have it
outside
too.
clubs that are starting to use our fields,
Mhm.
specifically the softball fields. In the past, they have used the softball, the recreation leagues equipment as far as bases and pitching plates and things of that nature. They're not using any of the training equipment, none of the pitching machines, none of the batting tees, none of the they're using the four-wheeler or anything to drag the field or whatnot. But softball is in favor of locking that up so that they bought it, they own it. They just don't want things to walk away, or they don't want to have to replace anything if it gets broken, which we fully understand. So as a rec committee, we're looking to purchase a few sets of the bases and pitching plates that we can keep in a storage box on the field, so that the high school or middle school or outside club organizations can use that equipment that belongs to the town rather than the rec committee rather than softball itself. The club teams are already paying the fee to rent the field, so that would be part of their
How much are we talking about?
well, after some rough investigation, it looks like a set of bases that fit that field is about $1,100, and the pitching plate, we bought them last year. I think was about $50 with the bracket itself. So if we were looking to, just buying one set for one field, I think we could do for around $1,300. If we wanted to outfit both fields in case we have two events, two teams using it at the same time.
A new phone.
from an outside club.
Oh, it's me.
It's to be covered. We'd probably be looking at somewhere around, is that 26,
2,600. If you look at 1,300,
Shut it
and
off.
there's money in the revolving.
revolving?
Under the
Yes.
revolving.
Is that possible?
I think rec is the agent to expend out of the revolving.
Waste time.
They have to come before us.
Yeah, we would have to get approval, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
No, I think the commission, I think you're right. I think the commission has the ability.
I
to
don't,
I mean, my question
not
about was if
when I
it
say this, I don't think you
Okay.
do, but
It's you.
Why don't we just be safe?
That money.
Why don't we just be safe to make the motion to agree?
Yeah.
And if it's, if you don't have the authority, you have our authority to do
It's
it.
off.
I think he does as well. I think he
I
does
thought they
as
I think
well.
the commission
approved,
does. I think
but
that's-
we would have, they could work with it in the rec and pass by the rec, but then I thought we had to approve the
For the
expense.
final, right, yeah.
The revolving.
Do you say no? I think that was a win.
Well, I'll make the motion that we allow rec to use the money needed to
Yeah,
purchase the
but-
2 sets of bases for the fields.
I'm just $1,100.
The rec revolving fund.
Second. So motion made by Mr. Leary, seconded by myself. Further discussion?
I'm sorry, I was talking and I didn't hear the motion. I was laughing at her joke. Would you repeat it again?
Bob is authorizing the $2,600 to be used by rec to buy the equipment he described,
Roughly 2,600,
Roughly
as Mr.
2,600.
Burns said.
not to exceed. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries 500.
Thank you.
All right,
Welcome.
one last one.
Yes.
It's the appointment of.
Oh, yeah.
oh,
All right, so we're headed to this, the appointment for Justin Brunel to the Litchfield Recreation Commission as full member as recommended by the commission, the term to expire March 2028. At the March 25th meeting of the LRC, or Litchfield Recreation Commission, full members, the commission then nominated Justin Brunel as full member to fill the Mike Bosky vacancy. Ms. Brennan noted that she would be stepping back from being the full member to an alternate. A motion was made by Andrew Ruggles, seconded by Judy Brennan. Motion to nominate Justin Brunel as full member of the Recreation Commission. There was no discussion. Vote was taken. It was 6-0-1. The motion carried with Justin Brunel abstaining.
All right, so I will make a motion to appoint Justin Brunel to the Litchfield Recreation Commission as a full member, recommended by the commission, term to expire March 2028.
Motion made by Mr. Gannon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Plansky. Any discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead.
you might be surprised.
We're not happy to.
No, I'm glad to see you again. I went back and did some research, and I did speak with Ms. Kleiner to look something up for me on conflict of interest. The conflict of interest, if I am getting this right from you and my understanding, is it would be potentially financial going upward or downward. I don't see that as an issue here unless those fields have minerals under there I don't know about. All right, with that said, I do not appreciate, or I don't like personally father-son or mother-daughter, whatever, parent-to-child relationships. I've seen it fail at work miserably. I've seen that happen. However, I took an oath to uphold the law, and the law is clear, and I actually represent you. So I am going to have my vote probably reflect that way. But I just want it on the record, I do not like, because I do think emotion takes over when you have a child involved. But I'm going to follow the law.
I'm confused. I'm confused. What is the objection?
No, because I rejected last time because of the relationship of father-son. So I had to go look
Selectmen
up.
versus a committee member?
Yes, because I think the state controls the
This is a
budget.
subcommittee.
The budget
It's not
money.
It's a, well, yeah.
They're on
So
the select.
they are,
But it's not.
had that. So I went back and looked at conflict of interest.
Okay.
It's budgetary. But I still think parental instinct overrides that personally, but I have to follow the law.
Okay.
so when Selectman Queenan asked me, conflict of interest is actually very, very narrow in the state of New Hampshire. You have a conflict of interest if there is a financial impact to you or your family living within your household. So if Bob's child lived with Bob and he had to vote on awarding his child that lives with him a contract.
Yeah.
He would need to recuse himself.
Right,
But
okay.
it is very, very strict, and it has to be a financial impact.
But we're
to
just,
you
we're
or
just
your.
making him a member of.
And this does not. That was.
Okay, great.
But the money's controlled by the board and his father's on the board. That was
Okay.
my conflict.
Right.
Okay,
And the further that, the board is is 5 members. One body cannot control the actions of this board. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
And Justin,
I agree, but again, parents and children speak because that's our instinct. But I think you're gonna do a great job. It was never personal with you.
Thank
Okay? Sorry.
and I'll just say I've known Justin since he was in 7th grade, and I coached him in baseball. And I think he's a fine man. I think he'd be a good addition.
It's been invaluable so far.
Yeah.
excellent.
Good.
He's willing to take the minutes.
Jesus. Well, he is,
Right, Ron?
he is a sucker for work. I don't know. All right. Any other comments?
Call the vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstain? I'm going to abstain just to make it
Yep.
clean, but
Yep.
you got my support.
Did she vote
I said yes.
She said yes. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
401.
401.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Justin.
Justin. Thank you.
Thank
Terry again, Justin, please.
Yeah, you need to go get.
Terry again.
Yes.
You gotta go swear
Thank
it to
you.
a guest.
Thank you. See you, boys.
All right, trying to get this thing back on the tracks.
See you next Tuesday.
All right.
tomorrow.
No, next Tuesday.
Oh,
Next up is
Yeah, they're already
the
off cycle this month.
Everybody's leaving.
next. Yeah, it's planning
This
board.
is the pickleball people, they gotta be up early to.
The next up is the NHMA legal authorization list. This is a requirement that we do every year, or actually, as the board's changed, obviously.
Thank you, folks.
And half the crowd left.
I am lost now.
We're at NHMA.
There we go.
Where are we at?
Number
Six.
7.
I gotta get out of this first.
So as of right now, Ms. Connor, do you want to describe the letter, I guess?
Yeah, the letter.
I have it wrong on the form.
What letter are we talking about?
So the town is a member of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. And the New Hampshire Municipal Association has lawyers on staff. These lawyers are not town council. So they will not answer questions related to our ordinances, our legislation, a lot of things, because they do not represent the town. They represent the association, meaning towns in general. So quite often, if you had a question on an RSA, you could call and you could ask, how's this interpreted? What does this RSA mean? So in the past, we have had a policy where only the chairs of the boards could contact the NHMA legal team. A lot of towns do this because it's hard for the NHMA to field, think of 80 different towns that they have in their membership. Unless you are on the list, if you are not on the list, they will not speak to you at all. So this list I have to send to NHMA every year when there's a change of membership. And so I think that's the discussion tonight, whether it should remain the way it is.
So I'm the one that has the question on it, and as you described it, is the chairs of the committees and boards, but it's also department heads, chiefs of the department, the librarian, the road agent, and building inspector, tax collector, and then the town moderator. What I've suggested, or what I was talking to Ms. Kleiner about, was it's my belief that as an elected official, any elected official, that means all of us, budget committee members who are all elected by the residents of this community, should have the ability to reach out and to discuss an RSA question, or discuss a question that would be nice to have a legal opinion, someone with a little more authority, right, to understand. Not to get legal opinion that we're bound by, but for education purposes only, that kind of guidance. I think this limits us. I think it puts a lot of burden on Ms. Kleiner to make the calls on our behalf if we are not allowed to make the phone call. It also allows for interpretation, right? So we've all been there where if you ask a question one way, you get an answer differently. But if you ask a question the way you meant it and kind of explain what you mean, you may get a different answer. So I feel like that this is a benefit that we pay for, the town pays for, and I believe it's my belief that if you were a duly elected official of the town representing the community, you should have the right to be able to call on your behalf, not representing the Board of Selectmen, not representing the Budget Committee, but I'm a member and I have a question around RSA, blah, blah, blah. Or I have a question about procedure on Robert's rules or, better coordinate, those kind of things. To be able to ask those questions and to get clarity. Do I think I don't think it's going to cause any problems. We're not costing us any more money. We're not calling out legal counsel. Legal counsel is a very strict process on how we do that. That's the chair and the town administrator to do that process. So I'm just looking for acceptance or discussion of why it doesn't make sense to allow elected officials. And generically just remove it and say elected officials.
Yeah, I don't know that I like that. I think it should stay with this list. There's a reason why we have the chairs speak. Everything should go through a chair. If I had a question, I should go to you. You should reach out either to Kim or to them with that question and let them answer it. Otherwise, you're going to have everybody on all these committees and boards reaching out to them. And
Elected officials only.
yeah, I understand.
Talking about Budget Committee and
Board of Board of Selectmen. Okay, yeah, but I mean,
No, we're
is this
talking-
exclusive?
Yeah, we're talking our clerk.
Oh yeah, that's the same employees that are here and the same chiefs are here.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
talking about the only variation there is
Yeah.
the elected official.
Yeah, but I mean, they also serve other towns. They don't just serve Litchfield. I mean, it's going to be a burden on them. If all of a sudden you got 9 members of the budget committee, you've got 5 members of this board, and all the other towns, are they going to follow suit now? Because most of the towns do it this way, as I understand it. I mean, I don't think so. I think that if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Well, here's my problem. I think it's broke, and here's why I think it's broke. When there was a conflict at this board level, I wanted to get advice. I thought I was right, but I thought I was wrong, so I wanted to talk it through. I wasn't able to talk to them. They would not talk to me. And am I supposed to go through you, specifically at the time as chair, we had the conflict with, right? That was agree with something. I just want to get clarity because I was probably dead wrong, but I wanted to talk to somebody that was outside the situation to understand it, right? And I don't think I should have the burden Ms. Kleiner needed to do that. Ms. Kleiner has enough to deal with for my own, my questions or my education. My education is my education. So
She needs to be in the loop anyway, all the time, because
it's still very clear.
if 9 or 10 people are all calling and she's not in the loop, how is she supposed to know what's happening?
It's still clearly that any opinions that get sent are sent to the board anyway, even the ones that are outside. So I'm still saying that if I ask a question, they're going to report back to what I asked the question.
Well, let me ask a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And I love Andrew Cutter. It's on the record. And again, I don't know if he's elected. He's a school board member.
He's a school board.
But he's also on the budget committee. Is he elected on the budget committee?
Yes.
So he would have access.
Oh, he's
to-
He's not appointed.
Yeah.
He's appointed.
Okay, so there's no cross-reference going on here? Do they have their own legal counsel on school?
Oh, yeah, they do.
So the school has their own legal counsel and they have their own NHMA. It's the
Yeah.
Hampshire School Board Association.
All right, so he's not gonna go to both, or whoever.
It would be the budget and all the members as opposed to just the 2 chairs, right?
That's what I'm
But
saying.
again, say you and I have a conflict with each other and we both call. That's a problem.
Mhm.
Because it's this dissent in the group, or it's pick recreation, or pick whoever.
Yeah.
Who's a big group? Is conservation? I don't know how many people are in
I don't know.
conservation. So if everybody calls and then you don't know really what's happened, the chair should be in his.
John's point though on
Yeah.
that is, so you do have an issue
Mhm.
and you have to go to John, and John's like, I'm not gonna bring that up. You have an issue with me, I'll just squash it here. And that's
I go ask to go to town council. That's what
either.
They will tell you, believe me, they will tell you, go to town council.
Yeah, if it's
They will not
oh yeah,
die.
yeah.
They
okay.
will tell you if it is a local issue here, they will not speak to you about it.
Okay. And town council has its own process, right? Which again, I don't have a disagreement with that one at all. Because to me, every time we bother town council, it costs us money. We're putting nickels into the machine every time we talk to them.
Yeah.
Quarters.
Dollars.
We have a chain of command for a reason, and that chain of command should be followed. And that's why it's there. I can see
both sides, because if there's.
But I can see members of the budget committee, certain members of the budget committee calling them every day,
That's the other problem I see.
right? So I think everything should go through.
We can also say that this money is actually in our budget. It's just the Board of Selectmen, but.
Well,
Alright, I wanted to have a conversation about.
I say leave it with the
I feel
chair.
like there's a lot of agreement.
I have faith that if I bring you an issue, that you'll get the answer.
One way or the other.
I kind of do too, John, because I feel like I would want your counsel before I went to.
Okay.
And it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
It's the right thing to do, in my opinion.
It's all about asking the question to see if there's a need for change, and if there's no need for change.
And I understand it. If you're a chair and you think you have a problem, the chair has to do it.
Yeah.
They would, or you'd call a non-public and would have it. I'm like that.
The interesting for me is I don't remember when this got instituted, because when I was on the board in the past, this wasn't there. I don't know when it started. And it may have started when I was on the board, but I remember having, and I was chair for a long time, so maybe I just never felt the inconvenience of it, I guess.
I'll be quite honest, I think there's probably very limited department heads that call.
Oh, they are. No.
I'm not,
No.
it just, we generally work it out and amongst the group or the leadership team. But RSAs can be tricky. Right?
And again, that's my question was trying to get someone to help me understand RSA. I was interpreting it in a way that I'm like, I can see it both ways. Is it really this both ways? Is it not black and white? And I wanted some clarity.
Interpret it totally different.
Well, exactly. And I was, like I said, that person has much more degrees than I do. I figured it would be a little helpful, and I got stymied by it, and I got like, this makes no sense. Why do I got to waste somebody else's time for my stupidity of questions, right? Or whatever. And it wasn't stupid, by the way, just but by at that point, like someone's like, this is easy. Why don't you understand it? I need to go through 3 levels to do it.
Yeah.
All right. So we need to make a motion to accept it, or just.
Yes, I need to send.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the NHMA legal authorization list as presented to us by Ms. Kleiner after a nice healthy discussion.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Leary. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0. All right. So we have a ton of warrant article transfers. Ms. Kleiner, do you want to break them all down, or do you want me to break them all down? I'm happy to keep on talking. They're all in this orange folder we have to sign, so they've been broken out. But
They are. So it is normal that our finance director will go through and she will check to make sure that the warrant articles passed, and then she will make the write up the paperwork for the board to sign to transfer the warrant article amount to the expendable trust fund. The reason they're split up is you'll see a memo from me to the trustees of the trust funds. That's only to set up new ones that haven't existed before. So you have 2, the cemetery maintenance for $5,000, and the Pennachuck eminent domain for $100,000. Those 2 did not exist before. The other 4, recreation, public works, general assistance, and property revaluation, have those total 115. So you have a request for each one.
I can't believe that Pennachuck only passed by 400 votes. It just stymies me. That blows my mind.
After the last $40,000 hit from our fire hydrants, and I think I got a list of fire hydrants and I shared it with the fire chief. I think we should do an Easter egg hunt for hydrants.
yeah, they're all they're painted red. You can find them. So you want to make a motion for each one of them, or can we do it as just a lump sum? How do you want to?
I think you can do it as a lump sum for the 7 as presented.
And then
There's a typed up list
For the transfer of the money? So I'll make a motion to approve the 7 articles that passed warrant, to have the funds transferred as requested by Town Administrator Kleiner.
I will second that motion.
Motion made by Mr. Leary, seconded by Mr. Gannon to approve the total of $115,000 to be transferred.
200.
I'm sorry. All right, there's 2 numbers here. I'm sorry. $220,000 to be transferred for warrant Article 19, 12, 11, and 9, and then Article 15 and 20. Any other discussion?
Is it 220 or is it 225? Because you have
220,
735.
510, no, it's 220.
So because you got 115,000, 100,000, and 5,000. Right?
No, 115 and 105.
Okay.
200.
All right.
He's gotta go to the board.
Oh, the numbers out.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. All right, request for transfer of property evaluation trust. Mrs. Kleiner?
So this is the other way. So we are asking for your permission to take from the Property Revaluation Expendable Trust Fund $7,194, which is for the payment of an invoice related to the revaluation. So we received an invoice from the assessors.
Have that.
Does this square up that account?
Actually, we will have a little remaining in that account because of the transfer of the utility
Yeah.
revaluation.
Okay.
And yes, please. And we will apply that to the next reval. I am working on a RFP.
What's our amount here? Okay. So I'll make a motion to expend the $7,194 from the Property Revaluation Expendable Trust Fund for the invoices already paid to Avatar Associates for the 2025 revaluation. Thank you.
Motion made by Mr. Leary, seconded by Mr. Gannon.
Sorry, it was a long motion.
For any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. So that one. Next one is going to be the land use change tax warrants. Where are those?
Jesus.
Yes, so you have 2 land use change tax. So this is
here they are.
for anyone that doesn't know, when you have land that is in current use. Sorry, I'm getting the words. And you use it and you develop it, then you get a land use change tax. And so this is for the land at Corning Farm. And there's 2 amounts. These are figured by our assessors. By law, they have to be figured by an assessor. The first was for $50,000, and that's for 3.58 acres at 540 Charles Bancroft Highway. And the second was less than that, and you can see the assessors. I have put the assessors letter attached to that for your review. The second amount was $22,220, and that's for 1.6 acres. So it's map 22, lot 14, and lot 14-1.
Is this not the full amount because they haven't built the full amount yet?
There was a prior land use change tax
Okay.
that was assessed earlier
Okay.
for the front portion.
And do you know how much that was?
I don't off the top of my head.
Was it already distributed to?
Yes,
It was. Okay.
yes, and then there will be others.
There'll be more.
We go
Okay.
as they
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I looked at it and I went, "Wow, that's not."
No.
No. Okay.
This is only a total of about 5 acres total. So
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, "Wait a minute." Okay. Thank you.
do you want to do a Reader's Digest explanation to the folks watching at home what the current use purposes and once somebody gets it, or
Sure. So current use can be assessed for actually a number of different ways. It can be land that's used for farming. It can be land that has different types of hardwood or timber on it. And then there's one other related to soil types. Generally, it's land that is not used for living on it or for development of commercial property. And so we tax that at a lesser rate called the current use rate. The current use rate is assessed every year. It can change. It's set by the Assessing Standards Board, which is a board that sits at the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. If anyone thinks, and it has to be at least 10 consecutive acres. So if you only have 2 acres, it's not going to fit current use to begin with. But if you have more than 10 acres and it is land that's used for or not used at all, definitely come and see us and we can look into whether it would fit a current use.
that wasn't Reader's Digest, but okay.
How do I make that really
Good.
Learn something new.
Current use basically means you're not gonna develop it, so you get a reduced tax rate.
Yes.
And this is a
But if you bring it out of current use, then you pay the tax.
Yes, we
fourth
do.
thing, there's 4.
See, you could have done it yourself, Bob.
Okay. Yeah, notice.
Current use makes it sound like something's on it.
I know, right? It just.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I'm gonna get in there.
All right, motion made by myself to approve the land use change tax warrants for map 22 lot 14, 3.58 acres at $50,000 for Corning Farm at River Edge. Map 22 lot 14-1, 1.6 acres for $22,200 for Corning Farm at River Edge. I have a second by Mr. Leary. Any discussion? We already had. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. And there are 4 forms to sign for this. So I'll print this like you guys. And you want to send back this, I'll take back if there's anything. All right, next up is going to be where is the, did I miss it?
10 you missed.
It's 11, I think.
Yeah, this well is gravel tax, yeah. It's just 11, yeah, it's okay. So we have 2 gravel tax levies. Minor?
So,
Yeah, it's number 12. Good.
wow, okay.
It's the agenda's one way and then, sorry.
Yes, I think my number.
Okay.
Oh, is everyone on the back here?
So the
Two.
current use assessment change, this is a
This one?
different type of situation. So these are 2 pieces of land that were swapped by individuals. So map 18, lot 68, which had 15.32 acres in is owned by Miller Trust, switched 4.795 acres and deeded it to Signature Homes LLC, who in exchange gave 4.795 acres of map 18 lot 62. So it's just a land swap. 2 landowners swapping 4.795 acres. That's all it is.
They did that when they built
Both
the house.
sides on that one.
Both sides.
They all know.
Nice. Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
That's perfect.
Motion made and seconded. Any other further discussion?
Got one in.
Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. And you already have that paperwork here, I guess. Next is the gravel levy, tax levy. So the approval of, yeah, good, Ms. Kleiner.
map 21, lot 18, map 21, lot 18-1. There's two different gravel tax levies. So when you apply, if you alert the town, you fill out a paperwork, we issue you a permit to do so, you get taxed upon the amount of gravel that you remove from the property. Could also be timber, because sometimes you see the timber. The tax levy will be to Continental Paving for map 21, lot 18, in the amount of $2,504.62. The second one is a gravel tax levy to Mr. Charbonneau for map 20, lot 18-1, in the amount of $1,600.
Is this the site up the north end of town there?
Yes.
Next to Mills?
Yeah.
I always thought that was a sand pit. I didn't think there was any gravel there.
That's what they use.
It's crushed gravel to the point it's sand.
No, it's all sand.
Well, they get a report.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I make a motion to approve gravel tax levy map 21 lot 18 and map 20 lot 18-1, as well as map 21 lot 18 in the amount of $25,0462, and approve a gravel tax levy to Mr. Richard Charbonneau for map 20 lot 18-1 in the amount of $1,600.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Gannon, and seconded by myself. Any further discussion?
Where does this money go when it's collected?
So, this money goes into our revenue lines that are in the budget, the last.
And maybe we can help these guys pay for their porta potties.
We already did.
That's got legs on it. Just saying.
All right, any other discussion?
Keep it going, Bob.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0. All right. Next up is the request for use of town land, Easter egg hunt.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's actually back a little bit.
Yeah.
That's number 10.
Yeah, the number
I'm
got.
sorry, my number is
10 and 11. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm making the mistake of watching the agenda and falling the portal. I think we got to work on that. Sorry. And if you made a change after I took my notes, I'm going to be confused anyway. So, all right. It's full disclosure, just so everybody knows. We received. You saw earlier in our agenda. We approved a sign request for Spirit of Litchfield for the Easter hunt. We received that after our last meeting, and because of a time-sensitive thing, I did poll the members individually about if there was any concerns about the sign. That's why it was in consent, and that was pre-posted with the majority of the members responding in favor of getting the sign up. There was a further conversation that happened where I raised an issue of location because it was being done down at Old Town Hall, and I can only foresee cars coming in and out of that area. It felt like that was not a great idea. After some feedback from their other members, it was decided to let it move forward because it was already decided to do that, and there was some history of doing it there in the past. So that's just a little bit of back history. There is communications available on the portal if you want to see the communications that happen between myself and the individual members. It is available for your review if there's any question. Sometimes we have to do that because things do come up that need to be addressed, something like a sign. We don't want to delay advertising for an event that's happening this weekend, right, for tonight. So it's we feel that's a good way to kind of conduct it. So everything is out there if you want to look at it. So I just need a motion. The event is going to be April 19th, 2025 at 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock at the old fire station off of CBH. Is there Easter adventure hunt being put on by the Spirit of Litchfield, which is obviously an offshoot of our Recreation Commission. Do I have a motion to approve?
So made.
Made by Mr. Leary. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Gannon.
I'd like a little discussion.
Yeah.
You gotta speak up.
Yes.
As long as I've known you, I've never known you to be afraid to speak up.
Oh, she's not afraid.
Give it a little while.
Slow.
So I agree with you. Maybe moving forward, if they can find another location, because turning in and out of that parking lot could be a bit treacherous. If I I would think it would be nice to have it somewhere around on Albuquerque itself. And I know Rec has 6 or 7 different properties, the school and town hall, so maybe they can come up with 10 steps. So maybe moving forward next year, they could try to avoid being on CBH.
Okay, any other discussion? None? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained, motion carries 5-0-0. I'll pass it this way to sign. All right, how far off did I mess up this agenda?
Not bad.
We're down to approval for Ekman Construction Police Station Project for $7,000 from impact fees.
Are we back live? I just got a text that we were. Oh, you got it
I
too?
went over and asked him if we were live, and he said
Are you
we
live?
were.
The reach turned off random, but the other one's up.
It was during the land use talk
Yeah.
discussion.
Are you recording
Oh, I
local?
messed this up so bad. I signed into yours.
That's okay.
Because I had to cross out
If you
vice
wanna do
chairman, I had to write in vice chairman here.
Yep.
Maybe we just do this. We'll
We
just,
Perfect timing.
I'll do it like this and you do it like this.
If anyone calls, I'm not here.
Okay.
That's what I was doing, was going over and checking with him for
If you
that
just sign up,
reason.
I'm like, oh, you need my pen?
No, I don't need your pen. I need
So I
to
had to cross out
understand.
vice chairman, put him vice chairman.
Okay. Diane Clancy up here. Okay.
We got it.
I think we're okay.
Have you ever signed your name?
Thank you, Kim.
Like buying a house.
And I have a lot of letters and a lot of G's and S's, and they seem to, after a while, it's just a scribble.
So what happened? We dropped out?
Yeah, that's what I went up to talk to him about, is because I also got a text.
Like
that we
the
were not
other
live.
night.
Ah,
Like Rec. You're right.
We're back on live.
Yay.
I'll fix it later. You have the local though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put it back up. Okay, this, where were we? All right, yeah, use of, approval of Ekman Construction Police Station Project, $7,000 impact fees. Ms. Klein, you want to bring this?
Yes, please. So, back in 2023, Mr. French at the time, was a police administrator. He and I met with Ekman Construction to talk about the police station. And at that time, we quickly realized that the plans that we had and the assessment that had been done was not adequate to move forward with putting together a project. We went to the Capital Improvements Committee and we let them know and submitted a request for additional funds to update that assessment and the plans. And so at that time, we asked for $30,000 and did not realize how far we would get. If we needed to really get into engineering plans, it would have been much more. And so the Capital Improvement Committee ranked it very high. That plan came to the Board of Selectmen in 2023. And the idea was to take that money from impact fees because this is due to growth, right? So Ekman worked with actually the new police chief, Chief Jones, and they put together the material that was presented at the warrant and at the public hearing and the updated needs assessment. They have invoiced us $7,000 for that work, which was over the course of about 9 months. And both the chief and I feel that is a fair price for the work that they have done, and we would like to take that from impact fees. The current balance of the police impact fees is $45,576. So we are asking for your permission to pay the bill.
How much? What's the current balance again? 45,000.
$45,576.
76. And the board in 2023 authorized the full version of the 30,000. Didn't it just authorized to do it depending on the route? I guess what
Right, so it was just that we were going to contact Ekman and we were going to work through an assessment.
and that's the
But
30.
that was in December of 2023, so.
If I remember correctly, I think the minutes suggested $30,000, but at the time we weren't 100% sure.
We weren't sure of what it would be.
So did they authorize you to not to
Not
exceed,
to
or just
exceed.
not to exceed 30,000? So you're coming in at 7,000.
Yeah,
Yes, we-
Better number.
we think there would have been additional, had we moved forward
with the
warrant,
Yeah.
they would have gone to the next step and we would have gotten much
More, yeah.
higher.
Guess makes sense.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve Ekman Construction Police Station project invoice of $7,000 coming from the impact fees.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Gannon, seconded by myself. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained, motion carries 5-0-0. Moving right along, we may get out here at 9 o'clock, just saying.
Don't say it.
Next topic.
Jinxed it. It's over.
Next topic is the discussion of the town hall and police station assessment. So I guess I'll start because I'm the one who asked to have this put on there. And I think as I was putting it on there, we also got a request from our citizen, Ronald Blinas, to come up and talk about some of the ideas she had around the police station. But I wanted this, before I invite Ron up to kind of talk about it, first I just want, my thought around this was, during the election time and as we proposed the warrant, and we heard from citizens and residents in general about what we were trying to accomplish. We heard a lot of feedback. A lot of it was criticism around how we got to where we were and not having updated numbers and not having the right engineer and those kind of things. And my thought was, and the other part, I could hear myself. The other part was that we also didn't take into consideration about the town hall and what was going to happen to the building after the police department vacated it. And, it's my thought that, we have to go back. We're going to need money to do any of the things we're talking about. And, lessons learned here is we need to really dot the I's and cross the T's and get voter support throughout the whole process. I think we thought we did that by going through the steps we went through over the many years. This is one example of the money we just authorized in the previous motion. But clearly the voters weren't completely in tune to what we were trying to accomplish. So my thought was we should, think about bringing forward that warrant article to go back to the voters and ask for the engineering fees with the outcome to be a consistent plan on what to do with the police department. And maybe that involves doing a whole other reassessment, what to do with the town hall, and maybe that involves a whole other assessment. And having that engineering firm or that firm, the consulting firm, come up with a plan that gives us option A, option B. If option A is definitely continued forward, what we were always asking for, what is option, what's this building look like going forward? How do we rehab this building? What's those fully loaded costs going to be too? If their option is we can build off this building, okay, great. How do we solve the town hall problems? Because we still have problems with the town hall, right? So my idea is that in concept, we should table probably any of the discussion in general about any Band-Aids and go back and rehire a qualified consulting firm that can do that assessment and come back with an actionable plan that we can look at going A, B, C, and if you do A, the outcome of B and C, or vice versa, and lay that all out there, and to make some decisions, right? I personally don't want to get into putting Band-Aids on a building that's already had Band-Aids after Band-Aids after Band-Aids and still not resolving a lot of the bigger issues, or not resolving all the issues, right? With that being said, that's why I asked for it to be put on. And then when I was informed by Bob that Ron wanted to talk, I talked to Ron on Thursday, and I said, the agenda's tight. I will bring you on, but one ask is, we want to have the content so we have it on our portal for this meeting so we can see it, so it's available to the members as Ron's just going through it. I did receive that document on Sunday, late in the day Sunday, I think it was, or Sunday. I did forward that to Ms. Kleiner and the police chief for feedback because at the end of the day, I was curious of what their feedback would be. As a layperson looking at it, I'm going, some interesting ideas, right? But as I'm also looking at it going, but it doesn't solve this problem, it doesn't solve that problem. But I see where he's going with it, but it doesn't necessarily do all the issues, and it doesn't even address the town hall side. So I did print it all out for everybody so everybody had a paper copy because I didn't know if anyone was going to see it before it was morning and all that kind of thing. So it is here. If there's no objections, I would like to invite Ron up to the table and maybe, and Ron, 10 minutes, kind of. And I really just, I don't want to get into the weeds. I don't think we need to get in the weeds right now. Only the challenge is I don't think we've had enough time to evaluate the outcomes, right? But I want you to explain what you're doing at a high level. We can go back and deliberate around it and have a better discussion internally about what the right direction is. But either way, you're not our engineer of hire, and we need to hire an engineer, right? And they may completely disagree with what you're thinking too. But I do want to give you the opportunity to share your thoughts. Obviously, if the board members have some questions, we can ask questions, but I do want to kind of time limit it if we can.
I'd like to ask a quick question. Isn't this something that we should have a committee for?
So we have to get to the point where we have a path forward, and I think a committee would get formed at that, and there will be a building committee just like we did the fire department.
Right.
But we had to get to a point where we had at least some directions, right? I don't think it's I don't think it's wrong to do it earlier in the process potentially, but I do want to let the department head and the knowledgeable folks of the needs of those departments, and even on the town side, to work with a consultant to figure out what the wants and the needs are and what the
We got all the way to warrant without a building committee though, didn't we?
So the building, you talking about the fire department?
No, I'm talking about
This
last, the police.
Well, we were the
department.
same spot. The building committee for the fire department came out as we were going through the bond process. And we got the bond down as part of that process. So, and the building committee for the fire department was a lot of expertise at the time because it started like 2017 or so.
Right.
There was a lot of input from specialists and experts and costs, but we didn't have a citizen rep at the time. We didn't do that to the farm piece.
We had discussed forming a building committee if it passed.
If it passed, and I think it's clearly if we get a consultant, the voters vote for the consultant or whatever we decide that is, right, to come out with it. I think the feedback comes into maybe a building committee that's made up of the department heads and some citizens potentially.
I wonder if we've already failed at warrant once on this, if we should start with the building committee that looks at every option first that
We
has.
don't know what the options are. That's the problem.
Well, right, that's what they're doing with Griffin, and I mean, there's a
School facilities.
there's a school facility group that is made up of department heads that are affected and citizens.
Yeah, I think the challenge is with the school is they've gone in front of the voters several times for specific variations of school. There's a lot of history there with what the failure.
And we don't want to have that happen with
Correct.
the police department. You want to try and explore so that when questions are asked about what if we did this, what if we did that, what if we did this, what if we did that, there was maybe some answers for that, which is what they're trying to do with the schools, right?
Yeah, the challenge is that we kind of need to have someone that's an expert to help us understand.
Well, that would be one of your
We
groups.
still need money though. We don't have money to really do it. So we have to go to warrant to ask permission to spend the money
Right.
or raise the money to do it. To get at least an actionable,
Okay.
we get to a design build phase or get to a conceptual phase.
Well, I think based on the vote in March, I think a new building's absolutely out of the question. I mean,
Great.
there's no way we can.
I don't know. I don't necessarily think
It
that.
failed bad.
I know it felt bad, but I don't.
We had
something
200 votes, 230
Yeah.
votes,
So
200.
you can't do that.
It's a no.
We can't do that. That would be us thumbing our, to the taxpayers.
Why don't we do this?
But Ron had reached out to me and he started to talk and I said, well, we need to bring this to the board. So which is why I sent the request to Kim and everybody about Mr. Blaine wanting to come forward. Because I didn't want him presenting it to me personally without the board. So
Yeah, and I didn't want the verbal. I wanted to see it in writing, and I do appreciate that. I mean, it helps me understand what you're thinking. So why don't we do this? We'll
he's got some good ideas.
go ahead, Kim.
So I've been in this for quite a while.
Are you having fun yet?
I am. So I understand the importance of a building committee. In my past with building projects, we had building committees. I do want to stress though that with municipal buildings, police departments, fire departments, and even schools, there are other objectives and qualifications that you have to look at that not every resident or even I wouldn't know all of the qualifications for a police building. I would have to seriously get into that.
Yeah.
Your police chief does. He knows what's required. And if you're ever going to become accredited, that's important. Your building will be assessed.
It already has been assessed once.
And it failed.
It failed.
So you don't want to hold the police department back from being accredited and doing the things that they need to do. I just think that if you're going to have a building committee, you at least need some experience, law enforcement or municipal people that.
So wouldn't those people all be part of that building committee though? Wouldn't the building committee decide who they had to hire with the assistance of Dan to do that, chief?
And I think that's
do
where
that.
we were trying to head with just here's the needs. And the assessment was done twice.
Yeah, it was done twice. There are record assessments. The problem is it's older, and then the cost estimates that came up even after we did the renewal, the cost came into question, whether it's reality or not. And I think I don't have an objection to forming a building committee to engage with a consultant to get the outcome and make sure it kind of stays within the boundaries that we have. But I also don't want to put boundaries on something that says, well, it has to be a remodel because that's the only path we can go because that could be the most expensive solution. And in some cases, and I know some folks don't agree, but in the assessments that were done before, remodeling was more expensive. So, and I don't know if it's still true. It could change, right? So I think we have to redo it all, but we don't have the funding to do it. And I think we have to go back to the voters and go, I know we messed up, but we need to figure this out, a path forward, and we're looking for money to invest to
a warrant article for that specific purpose.
For that specific purpose, we formulate the committee to investigate and pick a consulting firm to do it. Have the department, the key stakeholders, and maybe with a citizen rep too, to meet together as a collaborative group to work with those that pick it, and then work with that body to develop it, right?
And that the voters could see making progress and see discussing options and see building. I mean, that would be in front of the voters, right, which the facilities committee is.
I think one of the things we missed on the police department, and again, I think timing is always an issue. But I think what we missed, the fire department did a great job getting out in front of the community, setting up a dedicated site to talk about the history, where the building kept, what the issues were. And that site got a lot of traffic. People did get educated by it. We didn't have that time bringing this forward. And again, I'm not even thinking, I know probably Chief Jones is probably watching, but it's unclear to me whether we will be able to take a bite of this apple in 2026 or 2027 or 2028, 2029. I don't know, right? The school has a tremendous broad burden right now, and that's a huge burden on our tax base. But we all know that if a school approves whatever that number is, let's call it $20 million.
No, please.
You're going to be okay.
Turn that mic down, Ron. I don't. Whatever the number is, right? It's going to create a challenge, and unfortunately, I think at that point the town. We've always taken a back seat to the needs of the town. Town has to decide, but we can't keep on doing that. We have employees at risk. We have liability issues. We have a lot of issues, and again, so. I think the path forward is to go warrant and formulate that committee and hire somebody to help us get to that next level so that it may be hopefully in 2027, we can bring back a well-formulated project that makes sense, right? So That's why I brought it forward. And again, I do, Ron, I would like to invite you up if there's no objections. Like I said, 15 minutes to 8:30 or so. You don't
We'll do
mind?
this quick and then let you ask any questions.
Yep.
Thank you.
I do have the slides if you want to,
Yes,
for public that are listening.
my computer got time.
And again, my name is Ronald Blanis, 15 Riverview Circle. And before we start looking at the plans, the reason I did this is, as you know, I had a lot to say about the proposal. And it was not because I do not feel that there needs to be something done at the police station. That is not the case. Exactly the same thing if you ever watched any of the FIC meetings. That's the same reason I'm on the FIC. I'm making the same statements there. I am not opposed. In fact, I am 100% committed to finding a solution to GMS. I just have very different disagreements with the majority of the committee. And so with that is, I was disappointed that the referendum failed in the sense that, as you said, the problem still exists, the liabilities, the situations. And so with that, I said, okay. And one of the frustrations I had with what was done is there was things looked at to reuse this building. But if you looked at any of the options, it was essentially to somehow fit 10,000 square feet into this and on top of it. It was attempting to make the new build here. And that's not the way you do modifications. You take it, I did this for 40 years. You just take what you have and you say, is there any basis of what you have that you can start working with it? And what are your needs and how do you potentially respond to them? And if you remember, I came here a couple of times and I was actually invited and had the pleasure of sitting down with the chief and going through the existing. We walked all through, talked about, and I learned a lot and had affirmed a lot of the main concerns, which were reiterated when we did the presentations. So with that, I think I had a pretty good understanding between what was presented in my talk with the chief as to what are the major issues that need to be addressed here. So with that, I said, okay, how could we do that? And is there some way cheap? Understanding you are going to be faced exactly as you said, John, with all that difficulty with the school. So how can we do something that is, call it physically much cheaper, but addresses the issues? And that's what I simply want to present here. It is certainly not plans, but is a concept to show you potentially what could happen. So if we can just get into that. So it's a total of 5 pages and begins with just kind of a statement of some of the major issues that this potentially, and I think actually does address. And I'll just go through this. Begins with renovation to the interior. And this is essentially the police half of this building. So the changes I propose adds an interview room and provides a juvenile holding cell, which is a major issue. Adds men's and women's locker, which was identified as a critical need. Dedicated evidence processing area. And we'll get into that, but that was substantive. A dedicated armory now shares with the evidence. An improved booking area and space for the fingerprint machine that now is housed in a cell. And provides for 2 additional storage rooms and restores access to all the holding cells which are not there today. In addition to renovating the interior, I'll show a suggestion for adding a sally port as an extension to the existing building, which provides 2 large sally ports, provides on the second floor of that building, provides storage for the town and police records that have been identified as being stored in town, the old town hall, and was a major issue that was discussed during the town meeting. And for that access, it actually provides a separate entrance for the town so that it is not subject to going through the police station. You'll see that in the plans. So those are the major things that we'll see and we'll talk about. So, page 2 is just a identification of the existing conditions, how they are today. What you see here is the plan. This is the plan of the station that I received from the chief. Obviously, I cut that off for viewing purposes, scale purposes for just the police station. What I was able to do is approximate scale is each one of these is 330 segments an inch equals a foot. So I will show dimensions here, and it's actually, I believe it's fairly reasonable based on comparing the actual dimensions from the plans and what I then measured. So, but this is an approximate scale, but I think it's quite reasonably accurate. So existing. What I started is, okay, what's the major issues that we got to address? And what's the first thing that has to happen? And what would be the most potentially impacting? And that was really the locker room space. And the chief identified as we don't have enough lockers for men's and women's officers. So my first thought was, okay, we'd have to move the lockers, and that when you start reconfiguring, then the cascades go crazy. But what I remembered, and you can see it here, there's a bench in front. If you look at the lockers, there's this, looks like a board, and that's actually what it is. It's a seat in front of the lockers today. And that's the seating there, and they're single lockers. So that's existing, and it's in each one of them. The other thing, going up to the top in the left-hand side, you'll see I labeled juvenile and interview. In the original plans, that's the definition. It was labeled for juvenile detention and a potential interview room. Mm-hmm. And I can get into the particulars of what that means if you want later. I'm trying to keep typing, I'll keep on going. Continuing to the right, the armory and the evidence processing room is in one now room. And the evidence storage is in its own room. And if you recall, this was added onto the building after it was built, both these corners. Continuing around the page, the fingerprint machine is now housed in one of the cells. Mm-hmm. And the booking area is as designed presently. There's a security door that separates the cells and the sally port and those storage areas. That's an important feature. And then the sally port is not used today. It's full of just kind of bulk storage and junk and not much used. And then there's a bulk storage that is off the sally port today. That's the existing condition.
That was added too.
Excuse me?
That was added also.
That was added, you're right, Joe. Back to it. Okay, so I started out, as I said, looking at, okay, what could we do with the locker room? Well, what came to mind, and I went and looked and found online that you can buy double stacked lockers. The current lockers are single lockers, and they're only single stacked because the seats are up against them. So they're, the single lockers. So you can buy double stack lockers, you put them in place of the existing, same width, same dimensions, and you get 2 lockers for the price of 1. How that works is instead of having the benches in front, you put benches between the lockers. In fact, that's what most gyms or locker rooms are, with benches in between the lockers instead of on the face. So now that solves our lockers. We get 30 lockers in the men's room, and we get 8 in the women's. That cost is around $10,000 for the benches, the lockers, and $2,000 for labor. So that was my biggest concern, is how could I solve that? Once I had that, some of these other things started to fall in place. Okay, the evidence processing. What I said is, okay, we're going to move the armory out, and the evidence processing needs to stay next to the evidence storage room. And do we all know what the problem with the evidence processing is? The fumes and all that went with it? Remember that?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll keep going. So that solves now the evidence processing, makes that make sense. I put you can see there a shelf in there with a sink, and for them put equipment, you put a vent hood in there, like you do in a chemistry lab. very easy solution to that. All right, now let's go down to the lower right-hand page, and this is the area of the sally port and the bulk storage. So I have to find a place for the armory. So the armory is located in that bulk storage area that is on the lower right-hand side. You reconfigure the door because you want the door to the armory on the secure side of the facility. So it is not in the holding area side. Right now, as you remember, it comes in from the sally port. So we moved the door to the secure side. We have to reconfigure the door that's there now. It's up where the door I show for the armory would be. So that's pretty cheap. The other thing you can simply do if you don't want to is you could actually just do away with that extra door there if, in fact, that meets code. I'm not sure about that. But in any case, with or without, the armory could be located there appropriately. So then we take the sally port and we break that into three functions. One of the statements that the chief made, and I think it's correct, I agree with him, is that he has a concern for the existing layout of the booking station. And if you can see it here, it's highlighted essentially as an L-shaped configuration.
Right. Yep.
And he made comments about how an officer, when he was booking it, someone could get trapped in behind it. Okay? So what I've done is move the booking into the sally port, and that's in area C. And so what I've created there is a booking counter, and it has free access all around, so there's no entrapment problems there. The other benefit of this is the booking area is now immediately off the cage, and that cage is right above the C. If you've been out there, that's a caged area.
Yep.
And so people being brought in from outside can immediately put into the cage and then brought out one at a time to be booked. And it's a far more controllable situation than we have today. And then remember, going back to our interview room, we only have one interview room now, and that's where the juvenile and interview room is. And that's back right off the chief's office. One of the requirements for juvenile detention is that it has to be separated from the general population of other detainees. That's the phrase.
Soundproof and separated, yep.
Yeah. And that's the original, why it was called juvenile and interview in the original plans. Now, going back to Sally Port, the only way that functions is if we have another interview room. So I've added an interview room, which is the same size as the interview room that's here now, and also that was one of the interview rooms in the new proposal, 64 square feet, 8 by 8. And that left me a little space marked A to put in another storage. Now, going back to the other booking room, you see that I've simply just walled that in, and we're always looking for storage. So we can wall that in and make a storage area, or you could actually make it another cell if you thought you need another cell. We could, and or if you needed to be secure, I showed the door on the unsecured side. If you wanted to, you could make the door on the secured side of that if you wanted to be records retention like the detectives or somebody handy. So that room could be configured however we wanted to do. So quite truthfully, I believe what I've shown here addresses everything that I've heard is a major concern within the building. The fingerprint room machine gets out, we restore our holding cells. We have a juvenile dedicated area. We have locker rooms, and I don't know of any critical element that's not covered.
And how much?
Huh?
You said $10,000 for one of the items. What about that?
I don't think you don't have the cost because you don't know what that cost is going to be.
I'm actually guessing we can make these modifications, and I'll tell you why. Because if you look at every place that I put something, like go back to the evidence processing, there's a sink there. And the reason I put it there is because you can run the drainage and the water lines in that existing wall and tap into the drainage areas in the cells.
Those are all in concrete, though.
Well, you can still run alongside them and through them. In the evidence storage room. the point being, it's fairly easy. My gut reaction to do this is 1% of what the bond price was.
So I think we need to caution to talk about costs because you criticized us for not having accurate costs.
I understand.
And I think conceptually, as we
Okay.
talk about our next steps, this is a concept, right? It's how,
It's a concept.
it's how one individual thought to put it in the building. I think, there's the concerns that I think right off the bat are, what do we do during construction? The police cannot function in that building while construction's happening. Because in the cell areas, that's a lot of brick and masonry work has to happen. There's a lot of tear up and tear down. It has to be all brick.
Nothing has to happen in the cell areas.
You're reconfiguring a lot of the walls.
No, I don't have to do anything in the cell areas. Not one thing in the cell areas.
But my point is, while there's construction going on, construct all these other spaces, they cannot functionally use the space, is my point.
What there's no construction. The only configuration is in the Sally Port.
Correct. That's how they bring prisoners in.
Right.
And no unauthorized person can be in that space when a prisoner is coming forward.
Yes. The only thing that you have to arrange is how to protect that during the construction,
Okay.
which should take in the Sally Port somewhere in the order of a week.
I think we need to engage with an engineer to figure that out, really.
And that's fine. But
Yeah.
I mean, if
No, I think conceptually, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
I totally do. I mean, I get it.
and I've looked at this and tried to be, it is extremely efficient.
Ron, for sake of time, though, can we move on to your
Yes. Number 4.
Yeah, no.
Page 4. Page 4 addresses the Sally Port issue and the storage for the town and the records for the town and the police department. What we do is, in this case, we will build a garage-like structure that's an extension of the building. You see that there's a 6-foot connecting passageway between the existing building, comes right out we'd relocate the door that's there now to line up with this. And goes into the Sally Port. There's 2 Sally Ports that are 16 feet wide by 26 feet deep, which is considerably larger than the previous one.
Could I ask one question?
Yes.
Why the 6-foot hallway? Why not just butt it up against the building and make the Sally Port a little bigger?
2 reasons.
Yeah.
You see there's 2 doors?
Yeah.
You want to be able to enter the building without having to go into the Sally Port. There's parking lots still around this. So to get out of the building without having to go through the Sally Port, this hallway connects it. It also provides for a man trap configuration that is better. I actually have my son that does this security for a living. He likes this configuration, provides the man trap configuration.
Especially when we're in prisoners, and I get that.
Yeah. And so, and then the other thing is it's completely independent of the building. And the one thing that I would recommend is it be unheated. There's no reason it should be heated. So therefore there's no need to connect it to the building.
Well, for the storage location, I guess I would be concerned at that space being unheated. Because we already have a problem now where we have very critical records in a shed.
Yes.
That are going through heat changes and moisture and mold. And so I would.
Yes. The difficulty with that is where you have them underground. And like any basement, it's damp. And you can't keep the moisture out.
Yep.
This is different. This would be the top of a.
I wasn't talking underground. Sorry.
And it's not underground.
We have a storage location that's off the side of one of our other buildings.
Yep.
That is not environmentally controlled.
What's that?
It's not environmentally controlled.
And so?
So the temperature drops down. This year it was running about 12 degrees.
Yeah.
And then in the summertime it was 108.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moisture in that area.
What you simply do is you put in ventilation systems in the end of the building. And it moves the air through.
Okay.
And keeps the moisture down. And in the summer, it keeps the heat within some reasonable amount.
Okay.
Power vents in that ceiling. And the reason I don't want it to be finished is I don't want to heat this thing. I cannot see the rationale for heating a garage. So anyway, just finish up. The reason I have 2 in there is it means that one Sally Port is always available for bringing in individuals. The 2 is necessary because there was a identified need of processing vehicles in a confined area for evidence processing and impoundment. So by having 2, we always have 1 for at least a Sally Port and then 1 for impoundment if there's a vehicle that needs it for that. And then finally,
Just one comment on it. So
Yes.
most Sally Ports that I see built for police departments are pull-throughs.
what?
Are pull-through.
I understand that. And you can make it that way if you wanted to. I have no problem with that, but I just don't see the rationale for it.
Well, if you ever see any of the guys backing up and out of the garage, you would.
I am, if you want to make it,
Work it to spend.
that's a detail.
That's fine.
The reason I would say no to that is based on the next sheet,
Space.
is how it configures. It actually fits in quite nicely in an existing end of the building. You see,
Yes, 42 feet.
Yep.
42 feet, yeah.
42 feet, it would only take 1 or 2 parking spaces. The majority of all those parking spaces would still remain active and available. So it fits in quite beautifully. And the last sheet, I didn't number, but it is this alternative locker room. If someone says they don't like the double stack locker rooms, I actually come up with a solution for that. Essentially, what you end up doing is reconfiguring the women's room and mirroring the layout of the showers and wash basin and toilet. And that allows 4 additional lockers to be configured just the way they are now. The men's room, you reconfigured the dispatcher's toilet area, make it half, as it shows here, and we can add additional lockers and come up with 19 men's lockers. Again, very reasonable cost, but this is quite a bit more money than just a double stack locker. So I personally think that it addresses, as far as I know, every identified critical problem within the police station. It provides a total of, when you add up all the square footage of Sally Port and the hallway out here, that's part of the police station entry. When you can add that all up, the existing facility is 64 by 52, that's 3,222 square feet. The Sally Port would add at 26 by 36, 936 feet for a total of 4,264. And then adding an allowance for this lobby out here with 1,000 feet, that brings it up to 5,393. The storage space on top is approximately 500 feet. So the total square footage of this reconfiguration is 6,000 square feet compared to 10,000 in the new one.
Well, I think you gave us a lot to talk about and think about, and probably a good basis when we get to that point to bring in a consulting company in on some ideas that were shared and how does this work. I think we have to apply it against to the best practices within the department and what allows us to get accredited correctly and all that stuff.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I actually think the most knowledgeable person to answer the questions about what's going to pass accreditation is the chief.
Correct, 100%.
And in all honesty, I would be happy to sit down with him, go over this and see if he supports it.
So he's seen it.
Okay.
He's seen it.
And
I mean, full transparency. I'm not one that's going to hold something back. If you brought something forward, I did share it with the chief,
I imagine.
and he's definitely reviewing it. He does have concerns. It's all around getting to the accreditation part. It's also about policing best practices and just the transfer of a prisoner is one that comes up, and that's not a best practice, he indicated. But I think those are things you can talk to him about.
What was the
transfer we call the little 6-foot hallway, the man thing.
Man trap?
So the man trap. So nothing stops you from reaching out to the chief and having a conversation and helping him help you and vice versa to get to
I'll let you reach out to the chief, and if he wants to contact me, fine.
Okay.
The other side is what was not mentioned was the town hall.
Yeah.
And I have not looked at that in detail. One of the things about town hall, we can do exactly the same sort of thing off the end of the town hall. and Rick, all kinds of responses. One of the beauties of the town hall is this hallway goes right down the middle. It makes a natural extension right out to the end.
I need to replace
We
that
looked at
generator, so
that.
if you wanna do that, it's great.
We actually looked at that, your septic isn't.
Septic's out there too, yeah.
Yep.
So-
Well, we can fix that. Remember, it's everything, in fact, you can actually, never mind.
I think what's coming out of this is that you have ideas, we have ideas, our departments have ideas. We need to get the approval from the residents to move forward with building a plan that makes sense, right? And it may some of the things you brought here, it may be used in space, it may be something completely different, but it needs something that we're gonna agree on at this point. It sounds like everyone's in agreement that we have to go forward and at least get some, I'm gonna say official, accredited numbers and certification and stuff like that. And I think, your feedback is gonna be valuable at that point, and, we're definitely gonna be talking more and more, I'm sure.
I'll be happy, if you have a committee, I'd be happy to join them.
Okay. Thank you for your time tonight, coming out with so detailed, and I think your wife wants to say something?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have a question. So I was a teacher, so I have questions. But the question is, what is police accreditation? What's the purpose of it, and why is it important? I have not ever heard that before.
Yeah, so I definitely can't explain it, but maybe Ms. Kleiner can. But it's my understanding is when you're accredited, in the legal sense, you're following by all the best practices, and it kind of solves a lot of the what ifs. And you didn't do something the right way. You're following every procedural thing, right? So that when you go in front of a judge, they know that you've done it the right way because you have a best practice and it's been trained and certified. And there's training programs, a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of it is around police safety too, and that's the whole building facility issues.
So it holds legal sway, in other words.
It gives a insurance, liability.
There's a number of different. I mean, there's discounts. There's
Grants. That could be
grants
right.
from
Okay.
It opens up a lot of doors.
system that gets opened up.
Well, thank you for letting me ask the question, and I want to thank you all for all the hard work you do. We so appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Coming out. All right, so you guys correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we don't need to make a motion now as far as any action. I wanted to have the conversation. I don't want it to let it die. I think we need to put it on our warrant list.
Yep.
We have to have a conversation as we get into warrant in August and July. We got to start thinking about what the right place is. We need to kind of instruct the police chief to continuing to get his assessments and things he has to have and things that are going to make us accredited and that that's the best path forward to be able to work with them. So
Definitely thought provoking considering the situation that we have. Even if we can have this and it buys us some time, it's
Right, that's what I'm thinking is a
it
goodbye.
helps address some of the immediate needs.
I will just remind people that we added on to the building to buy us some time and it didn't solve any problems. So.
Eventually.
But we,
But if we have no other option,
True.
you gotta fix some of the stuff.
I just
We're
question
running
the
into
cost.
that problem with GMS.
But I also question what that section of the code.
Yeah, and the concern
I do
that
too.
was adding on to the existing building is, like you said, disruption of his service. What does he do? Where does he go? What does
Right,
he
yeah.
do? Does he need portables? Does he?
Right.
And that was a major concern of his when it came to this building.
Yep.
I just,
So, like I
I
said-
think that when it didn't pass, I think a lot of people said that we only went for the big high.
That is
Taj
not even
Mahal.
all what it was originally.
Right, but I think that's what people thought because they never saw any of the other how that was gotten to.
Yeah, like I said, back 2016, 2017, we had a public safety building, which this building was part of,
Mm-hmm.
and axed it because we wanted to keep it cost-wise down because we needed.
But thank
Could we
God,
look at the
because
fire-
can you imagine trying to do the fire department out of the old firehouse?
We couldn't. We were up against couldn't buy trucks.
I know.
So, all right. So there's no action for us to take. Just we had a good, healthy conversation. I think it's opens up a lot of our eyes, and we just got to keep it top of mind. And let's get on the list of warrants we got to think about. So we're not going to make 9 o'clock, but that's okay. I had a goal.
Ron was 15 minutes late.
Yeah, capital improvement. So next thing up, thank you, Ron. Good night.
Thank you.
Capital improvement citizen rep opening, Ms. Kleiner.
So, unfortunately and very sadly, Marion Colby will not be returning And he was the citizens representative. So this kind of application or notification or announcement that you see is actually the same announcement that they used back when Mr. Brown was here to originally get the citizens. I just changed the name because I don't think Mr.
Actually,
Brown
I
would
think
like
you-
them calling him. But so that's what that is. I think it's important. So in full disclosure, we've already had 2 names come in.
Sure.
Because they heard it at a meeting or whatever. But I think we need to put this out there so that everyone has an opportunity, all the residents have an opportunity to apply. And I mean, at that point, maybe the board wants to look at the citizens rep numbers. I mean, you only have 2. It's just COVID. So certainly that could be done. How long you'd want to advertise it? The CIP committee would like to interview them and give you a recommendation. I'm not sure if that's what your process. So I think that's the conversation that we're looking for tonight. What do you want that process to be?
How many citizens reps are on there now?
2.
2?
But Marion's leaving, so now, so there's 1 slot.
Yeah.
So
So are we limited to 2 or can we have 3 or?
What's the
Is there an amount that we
the
can
bylaws?
So I mean, the membership is set by the bylaws, but the bylaws can always
wasn't
be
it set by,
amended.
but wasn't it set by the warrant though too? Didn't the warrant make up that? The one that enabled that?
I would be very surprised, but I will check.
I thought I remember reading some about citizen rep. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I thought it just.
Made up of, and it didn't give a number. Maybe.
Well, I'll look at it again, but when it spoke to why the CIP needed to be addressed or needed to be formed,
We'll find that.
and that it was a flag off of the planning board.
Well, it was we took the responsibility away from the planning board.
Right.
So, I mean, what's an effective number, right? So, how many people are on including the two citizen reps now? How many members are on that committee?
I'm looking
So-
up the meeting minutes.
More non-voting.
Yeah, that's
So
Well, we do that, but okay.
myself,
Pulling it
the
up.
superintendent, and Jay Mankara, and the budget committee member, which may change because I understand they're having a conversation. Those us 4 are non-voting members. Then you have a member from the board of selectmen.
Mm-hmm.
It's right here. It's Michael Croto voting, Peter Plansky voting from the school, Brian Burke non-voting, but he's going to go back to his board to see if he can become a voting member. Marion Colby, myself voting, Peter Stone, citizens rep. Voting, non-voters, Jay Mankara, and yourself.
That's the existing member.
And maybe,
Say as far as membership.
yeah, let me go. I got that. It's right here as well.
I'm voting.
You're not voting. Huh?
I'm voting.
Yeah. Let me just pull up the,
now, so if we change it, it'd have to be 7.
but maybe
Right.
Brian might be, yeah, we need a
Brian would be
tiebreaker.
6, so you need 7.
All right, let me just see. You had the bylaws posted that meeting, right? Our last meeting? You had the bylaws in our last meeting. Probably,
Yes.
it's on the website probably as well. There they
Yeah, the
are.
budget committee voted to remove the voting member from the budget, the budget committee, to make it a non-voting member. 2 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah, but I think Brian's gonna go back now and see if it can become a voting member.
That's tough because you're mostly representing the budget plus CIP.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
where's your influence coming from?
correct.
But that could be the same for Peter,
So yes,
because
same
he's
with the school
school
board.
and school board.
Yeah, that's
And the select-
All right, I have the bylaws here. Let me just do a quick look. Regular
Really,
members.
it's the same for the planning board person too. I mean, everybody's voting
I know.
from their
Oh.
perspective.
All right, regular members, 1 member shall include the planning board, the power to vote. 2 members shall include residents of the town, power to vote. 1 member shall include the selectmen to act as an ex officio member with the power to vote. 1 member for the school board as an ex officio member with the power to vote. All right. In addition, the above members shall be non-voting members for the committee, a member of the Litchfield Budget Committee, town administrator or his or her designee, school superintendent or business administrator, and the executive director of NRPC.
Just 2.
Just 2. So yeah, I'd still leave it out there for a little while, and I'd kind of like to meet the people that are going to be on it. You know, we've let the board send us their official person, and I think sometimes we've missed out on other people that were interested.
But I think the ask was, do we send the volunteers to the CIP first, have them evaluate, and then make a recommendation to us, and do it the other way around?
They can send them all. They can interview them, and we can interview them, and then they can send their recommendation with. But I'd like to meet all the people that want to be on it.
I'd rather CIP do the first round.
Yeah, that would be.
I kind of think that's part of the. I mean, typically it's how it happens, right? Commissions interview their volunteers
And recommend them to us.
When is the next CIP meeting?
Let's see.
It's in the portal. It's in there twice. Go to the second one down.
So if you,
It's the schedule of the meetings.
sorry. So I did put the schedule out. So it's May 5th, and that's when we're reviewing the template. A couple other things they wanted us to kind of touch base on was the fact that we are asking all of the department heads, and the schools the same. All projects need to come forward. Even if it's a grant that you're looking, or impact being funded by impact fees, we feel we're not getting a real complete picture of all the projects in town, and then we hear about them after the plan's been developed, right? And so it's hard for the CIP committee to really prioritize and rank the priority if suddenly 2 months later after you're getting another project.
But now, Kim, that's their second task, right? Because the first task is to look at capital projects that require many years to either raise funds and then what you're speaking of is something like a one-time. I'll use IT as an example. A $40,000 investment one time that goes for the CIP to say whether it's worthy to come back to the front of the board.
So it's 50,000. 50, yeah.
Let's go 50. It's up.
But yes. So ideally, they want to be able to look at everything and figure out what is the town, and so they bring this to you, right? It's not CIP's plan, it becomes a selectman's plan. And they want the selectmen to have a full picture of everything that's needed.
But they do, don't they? Aren't those projects coming?
They should be.
So
I can give you a for instance.
Yeah.
So tonight, we're further down on your agenda is a fire truck.
Correct. We'd be raising impact fees for that fire truck.
Correct. The fire truck should have been on the plan. It was not. But that was not at the fire department's request. They thought once it's on the plan, it's on the plan.
And it should be.
No.
But how is that possible?
So unless they're submitted every year,
But let me ask you this, Kim.
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible? They came in front of to do a 6-year plan. The 6-year plan was, we need a fire truck. That fire truck in that year 1 was put into the calculation of the for the impact fees. We started collecting impact fees year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, by year 6. Until that fire truck's bought, that should be collecting them.
I agree, but
So-
that's not how it's been done.
But that's a failure in the process, which I think we all agree.
Yes.
Right,
I
so
think
they
we
need,
need-
so
I think that's
it's a
why-
training thing, I think, with the department heads to really put the 6 years out, not 1, 2, or 3.
But isn't that the purpose of the?
Yes, it is.
So the CIP, what I thought was we bring forward projects of health. We decide whether it's worthy for impact fee collection, if we can collect, and we set the schedule that way every 6 years,
Mm-hmm.
right? We only get every year or every year a 5-year cycle to do it, right? To set the impact fees. So we come in the year we're setting them for the next 6 years or next 5 years. We put forth a truck.
Mm-hmm.
That should have stayed on the CIP going forward because we're still collecting impact fees for it anyway. We didn't change the schedule again, but we calculated the impact fees for that fire truck, right? Or am I wrong? This is my education time.
Back when the fire truck was put on, yes, it would have been calculated into the calculation that was done at that time.
Right.
So fire truck came off. We recalculated the impact fees,
But
right? You had a
Why
brand
would
new
it come off?
assessment,
Why would it come off?
and it wasn't
But
that.
I thought we only calculated every 5 years.
Yes, but we just did it. 2024.
Didn't this truck come forward in 2023? 2023. So we still got a couple more years that should have been it should have been part of it because as far as I know, it wasn't purchased.
I agree. Well, I think the question that was put out there
And shame on
to
us. by the way.
department heads was, do you have any projects? Not new projects. Do you have any projects? And so if they weren't submitted, they thought that project no longer was a need.
But
So-
they didn't recalculate the impact fee, so we're still collecting the impact fee.
So what we decided was all projects have to go on, right? And then every year, I will check with the department heads
Do a review.
to say,
Is this still
these all
valid?
stay?
Right.
Any come off? No? Any new ones? New ones you go to the CIP, they get added, and everything that is on there stays on unless we tell them it comes off.
So
Because it's been,
right.
you know,
That
somehow fixed.
makes perfect sense for task one, the one that the warrant was initially designed to do, set the impact fees.
Right.
Task two is that any budgetary need, capital or not, that requires a warrant to go, the department head now has to go in front of the CIP to justify the need of their department before it comes to the Board of Selectmen. And I don't understand why we're doing that, because we're not affecting the impact fees. We're still raising them. We have it. I understand where it may make sense if the board is now taking an action to spend the impact fees plus raise more money to cover the cost. But that's an action of the board, not the action of the CIP. They can't do much with anything there. I just don't understand why the board wants to delegate that responsibility to ensure that we're investing correctly in the town. Out of the appropriation side, not the impact. I understand the impact fees, so that makes perfect sense. And I think we pulled it from the planning board because it was one of those things that just wasn't getting done all the time because of all the other things going on.
But you're getting weigh-in from everybody. We're only getting department heads, certain ones coming in every day, right? Every month. We just look at it more, I think.
Right. And so the idea was to have a really complete plan, regardless of how it's being funded. A complete plan of the towns and the schools.
Well, what's the responsibility of this board? This board is responsible for making sure that our assets are taken care of, our people are taken care of. Why would we not want our department heads to come in April and go, hey, we have a need. It's not in our CIP plan, but it's a need. And we have to spend $100,000 and here's why. Why would we not want the board to be educated before? Because I'm going to use the police department for a second.
Okay.
When the police station came in front of the CIP, the board seemed to be unknowledgeable about it going on. And by the time it got there, it was already too late, right? That's a mistake. And the board needs to take responsibility for the investments of our tax dollars.
So two things. I think they realize that. And I mean, that was the process. And so we always take the prerogative to get smarter, right? And do things smarter. So one thing we believe is not only was the board caught off guard there, so yes, those projects need to go to the board when they go to CIP, right? If a department head's putting forth a project, that same document with that justification and all that should be seen by the CIP. But we took it one step up by the selectmen. We took it one step forward.
Mhm.
Why wouldn't it be seen by the residents?
Agreed.
So we think building a page off of the website, putting all the projects, all the justification, everything out there. Here's all the projects that have been submitted to CIP. Residents, have at look at them. You can, and
I have a question of those. These are wish lists for like there's turf fields
Yeah.
that's from the school department that's on the CIP.
I call them investments, but yeah.
Okay, they're wish lists because I can't see our town approving turf fields as a warrant article, but the school would like them, and so they're on the CIP. Am I wrong?
Don't say never.
Well, it might happen.
They
but-
approved LMS and everybody knew that was a
So
terrible project.
am I
to
correct
start.
though? I mean, it's like, so it's on there, like we, when I was on conservation, we submitted money that we would like to be able to put to warrant to renew our funds on top of current use money coming out of current use. That's wish list for us. I mean, I'm sure we're down the list.
That's what I'm saying. I don't.
But when we buy land, we come to the selectmen and we say, okay, we have gone into non-public, we have talked about what we want to do, we want to talk to the board about it too before we go forward. So that all of that was done, but I don't believe we ever went to the CIP with that land purchase of, should we have?
No,
Okay,
no.
because,
I think
That's
we're
a little
losing. I
different,
kind of
yeah.
feel like we're losing. So again, Diane qualifies as wish list, but the school board, different entity than us, and we're not going to be able to control them coming in our CIP because they have the right to set their impact fees based on their capital improvements or their capital investments that are lined up with the growth of this community or the build out of the community. Right? I think we need to stay away from it. To be honest.
Well, we approve them.
No, we don't approve what goes in the
No, the impact fees for the school to release them. We approve them.
Right, but usually our motion, our decider is it in the CIP.
Not always, because they came forward a few
Mine-
years ago and they wanted money for lights at Campbell. And
It wasn't in
because
But it was main. So
of past practice, we put in that it could only be used for that. Because there was already grumblings about possibly being used for something else.
But I think in that case we were doing it because they see the need to improve the lighting because of all the use in the space. I can remember we always come around with this, like,
And then we
always
denied
found a way to
them.
plug it.
We denied them on some windows because they had already paid for them. And then they wanted to come forth a few years later. That was when they had the $1.5 million overrun.
I agree.
And
with
we
that.
denied that.
They were trying to get out of their problem by doing that. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
But if they had come to us first and said, "Hey, we want to do windows, and this is going to help improve the building, and be able to use it better,"
Well, yeah,
I would
they have to
approve.
justify it, and we have to see it as justifiable.
Yeah,
Because
Right.
right. The board oversees whether they can
Yeah.
expend it based
Yeah.
on the criteria that we have set up in the CIP.
yeah, because if it turns out to be a sham, then they're going to come to us and say, "Why'd you release them?"
Right.
They're not going to go to them and say, "Why'd you spend them like that?"
But my point is that we don't have any influence what they put into the impact fees, or what they do
No.
for reflection. That's their investments. That's their business. That's the
Right,
school
that's
board's
school.
business.
That's school.
I'm more, like I said, I'm more worried about not more.
I just used that as an
Yeah.
example because it was one I knew that was,
Yeah.
had some contention on when it was put up.
I'm just more. I guess I'm more concerned about the board not having early visibility to where our departments need to go and what those investments are. I don't want us to be caught off guard. Maybe the solution is when the CIP gets to submit, whoever the liaison from the board of selectmen comes back with a full report of what that is. Right, and then
I think Jim's always done this.
Spreadsheet, we can publish a spreadsheet, you can see where we're at.
Here's my challenge.
Mhm.
And I think I kind of called, and unfairly, Mr. Leary, well, the CIPs and meetings are published, you can watch them. I don't have time. And I agree, he doesn't have time. I watched it, so I understood what was going on, but I'm normally boring person, apparently sits in front of my TV all day. While I'm working, it's great.
I
So
watch a percentage.
I think if we're,
More now.
make me feel a little bit better about the process, maybe. Whoever and it's Kim, I know.
It's me, yeah.
So
What do you want?
maybe when Kim, when something's been brought forward, she makes sure she highlights these are the projects that are brought forward, the CIPs.
No, that came up, because I never had insight into the forms the department heads were filling out.
Yeah.
Now they're going to go to us as well, right? So we can
Yeah.
see at the
They're
same
coming
time.
to us?
Yeah,
They will
that's
not,
what I
that was what we were
going to do.
discussing at the
So
last meeting.
when all the department heads get their
Can you just do a
projects
spreadsheet so I
together,
can get one place? No, I get you.
No.
we were
See
gonna
them now, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't see them before.
you folks so that
Hmm.
you can go through them and then put them on a website page so that if you lose your
You make me
book,
feel
you
better.
look it or whatever, everyone can see them and everyone can see the justifications behind them.
You make me feel better about it. I just think we need to be aware of what's happening in that committee a little bit more frequently. I think it's important that, like, if hey, fire came up with 4 trucks in need, let us know about that so that we can help validate that. Yeah, it's a real need. It's right. It's in part of our master plan, and we want to make sure we're doing it. And I know this. The master plan is the planning board, and I get it. I also think that we as a body also have a vision where the town needs to go to, and I think that's part of our job to kind of influence that. And I think part of our job is to let the CIP know that we're 100% in support of this, and please rank it where it needs to be ranked, that kind of thing, to get the right coverage, right?
The other item is if it was under $50,000, they would come here. We would ask the board, do you want to solve it now, or do you want it to to go over to SIP?
Right.
Because we have the
So
$50,000
you would have
threshold.
the-
Have that insight better.
Use me as an example. Yep, it's usually under 50.
I think we did say I do.
And
I did say less.
Why is it under 50?
It's always under 50.
No, but that's another insight for the board here. If it doesn't meet the you can just tell us, send it to SIP, or we're going to handle it now.
Right. But I think, on the other side, department heads weren't thinking 6 years out.
I think we need
So
to
they
know
were
that,
putting
yeah.
in justification sheets only for the stuff they wanted that next year. No, wrong.
Yeah.
Guys,
It's
they
now in
6 years.
Right.
first.
So that was a correction, and
Right.
the title was a correction.
Even when they're completed, they should stay on there and
Yeah.
crossed out, say completed, so that everybody knows that we're making progress.
Instead of
This
the
isn't just a
$0.
wish list. Like
Right.
the rec had a couple on it where, through the generous donation of a resident, 3 of them got done in 1 year.
Right.
We went in front of the SIP, and before the SIP could finish, we're like, oh yeah, that one's done, and that one's done. And it'd be nice to be able to cross those off on the list and say, yeah, we are making progress. These
I love
number
that.
5 now
Yeah.
that we had is moved up to number 2 because 1, 2, and 3 have been clear.
Yeah, because that truck that we got a grant for
Yep.
just came off the SIP list
Yeah.
because
And
we
then
had
people
gotten
look
a
at the
grant,
SIP
but
list and they're
people
like,
should
all
be
we
able
want to
see
do
it.
is spend money. It's like, no, we have a process and we're also.
So I think we went way off topic.
It's going to come up after. What was the title change on the form? There was a title change that was going to happen to really boldface 2026 or whatever the 6 years out.
Yeah, we were
So they know that.
told that it is a 6-year plan. It has to include 6 years out and the process of it, whether it's impact fees, whatever the funding source is. Because we generally put that
We
on
did.
the plan.
We asked them that. Are you going to get a grant? Are you going to try to get funding? Have you
We're
done
gonna go
your
to a
research?
SIP meeting, I guess.
And I think
Call it a wish list.
Could that be bad? I'm sorry.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Alright, so I think what we got off.
I'm getting enough trouble.
When we got off a little bit of track was, so we have to put an application out. I think we should advertise it. I think I believe the next meeting is May 5th.
yes.
May 5th.
I would say leave it advertised till May 5th. Whatever response we get, forward it down to the CIP for evaluation.
Okay.
If they pick a candidate and they push it forward, then we shut down.
Excuse me, our meeting is offline again.
Yeah, I just got the same text.
Okay.
Tyson, what's going on back there?
He's sleeping.
You're connected.
Oh, God. All right, we'll fix it. So is that, I mean, does that make, do we need to
Yeah.
make a vote to do
Okay.
this or just?
So, Facebook and the website.
Mhm.
Not until it comes forward to us with the candidate, we don't need to vote.
Yeah. Right. So we'll just leave it up.
Want one candidate or all of them?
I say just the one that CIP selected.
Okay. I can see Mrs. Flinsky's.
I wouldn't mind meeting the residents that want to come forward for volunteer work in our town.
Because maybe
We
we
do that
can
with
put
every
two
other board.
Yeah.
I mean, the more citizens on this thing, the better.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Yeah,
We do.
we might have.
We do that with every board, don't we? Planning board people come here,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Does conservation people, once you approve them, come up here?
They do,
Yeah,
Once
but
approved,
What happens?
once picked.
but you don't always know all the people that were
Right.
coming forward.
True.
You only get
Yep.
a bird's eye view of what the commission has decided to do. Sometimes,
You only have one at a time,
Right.
right, right,
One applies for the planning board, they approve them, they come here.
right, and they come in as alternates. And,
Okay.
yeah, I'd like to meet. 'Em.
Right.
That's just me.
Like I said, I got distracted with a technical problem back there. Apologize, but we're gonna leave it up till May 5th. Let them go back down and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't think the budget committee rep should be voting. They're supposed to be looking out for the taxpayers, number
Right.
one, not for any wish list, as Diane said. But
Enjoyed it. I'm
they're
in trouble,
supposed
I
to be
didn't even do
completely
it.
neutral, so they should not be They should not be a voting member, because you can get somebody with an agenda, and there are members there that simply want a new school, and there might be someone there that simply wants a new police station.
So it sounds like it's going to be a topic for
Right.
next budget committee
Mhm.
meeting.
Do I go
This
back?
board wants to instruct me to sway one way or the other. I'm open for a motion for that.
I'm not sure why they would vote.
I'm not sure how the committee would, I don't know how the committee would lean. I don't know idea.
It depends on which candidate they pick, I guess.
Well,
Maybe if I'm wrong. Last time this came up,
Yeah.
it was the same person, but I thought he wanted to be the citizen rep, but he happened to be on budget.
Or
There was some kind of a-
budget, is that what
he
happened?
was on SIP, probably from the school, and then came to budget, and then went on from budget, I believe.
I thought there was like, he was a citizen rep, but then he was also on another committee, so it was.
So Douglas on CIP too, or no?
No,
was the budget.
she's,
She was.
Yeah.
She's not.
Ryan took the
Yeah.
place?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yep.
got it now.
Yep.
When I watch it, I don't even play it up.
so I gotta go.
She was an advocate for not voting. She thought that they should stay impartial, stay neutral.
Like I said,
Decide when it comes to them.
I represent the board. If the board has a position,
I would recommend that we say, impart to the budget committee that they should not vote. I'll make that motion.
okay, I have a motion by Mr. Leary. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Again, I'll just say their job is to be impartial and to represent the taxpayers.
I guess I would want to hear why they felt like they needed to vote.
So
I know
typically,
why.
Are they there as a representative?
He's
I think they're a representative of the taxpayer. I agree.
Are they there as the budget committee or as a citizen? If
Budget.
they're representing the budget and the budget says no, they vote no, even though they feel they should vote yes.
Mhm.
But if they're there as their own private citizen, then
well, I think the problem is I think the reality is what's coming to the CIP are things the budget committee have not seen yet.
Mhm.
And they're evaluating, they're evaluating the merit and the importance of, in the case of the impact fee setting.
Before it comes to them.
We're ranking.
Yes.
Yeah, ranking.
And it's going to them.
And to be
It
honest,
will have him.
Yeah, I'm saying no.
one caveat.
All right, sometimes I need to.
So I told you
cross
they
that
have
out
two
before I get
tabs,
there.
right?
All right,
They got impact setting and they got other warrant reviews and prioritization.
okay.
On impact setting that has no direct, at the time, no direct budget impact.
Yeah.
Right. It's not taken up by the budget committee until
Mhm.
year 6 or whenever they're going to do that. And
When they
the
spend it,
investment's
yeah.
done. Does that? You can vote for those things, but you can't vote for that. I mean, it's going to be a no. I think all the way across, right? Not to
Yeah,
confuse it.
just better.
Yep.
But I can understand that if they want to vote for a priority of an investment for impact, why there would be some. It wouldn't matter, but. And I don't think the budget committee provides any instruction to that right? So,
Never have.
all right, so we have a motion on the floor to compel me to say no to any voting rights of a budget rep on the CIP.
So,
We have a
Any
second.
further discussion? We had a second, right? You said
but there already has.
I have a question. I'm on the SIP plan, so I'm going to take this message to them. Whatever happens tonight, can we have this document and I'm going to read it directly?
The motion.
I know, but I would like,
Motion.
but I would
The
like
motion.
to, because I'm going to ask, they're going to ask me, have me elaborate.
Well, when's
And
the,
you started talking about the
But it's
difference
a,
between tax fees,
but it's a budget committee's decision. It's not ours.
yeah,
So
We're
budget-
just, we're just
budget
saying
says
what John's
yes.
gonna say.
The budget says yes, he's going to come back.
Then they override us.
So we have no SIP? We're not voting on SIP about this?
no.
Okay.
Budget's
Unless
decided,
the
And John
warrant,
as-
once
as
the
the budget
warrant
person.
enabled and said
is coming
they
forward
don't
with
have
our
voting
opinion.
Okay, so he's going to go to there.
No,
He's voting for our opinion.
I don't think SEP has a.
Yeah, I'm just going to be bringing your opinion forward.
Yeah.
So.
Got
Any
it.
other discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We can now move on.
Where are we at?
Would you kind folks like to approach the podium, please? Can we move on to the
Before we have to get them.
pre-grant approval for the Clean Fleet Grant Fire Rescue?
I believe we're off again.
I'm reading the portal. I'm sorry.
We're
I'll
number
read the agenda
17.
item.
Number 17, right?
Anyway, the agenda's out of whack. Sorry.
I believe we're off. No, I believe we're offline.
Right. Oh, I just
Offline.
if we're offline, if it's not being recorded, or if it's recorded, I apologize for technical difficulties. We will repost this meeting in its entirety tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you. I thought you said we're off. I thought it was out of line and out of order. I was defending myself. My goodness, it's all.
Oh no, Jesus, John, I'm not that on top of it.
Hey,
I'm just keeping up
Thanks.
right now
5 minutes or
and
less.
learning.
24,
My second full meeting.
As the official that has to run the meeting, you have all the time you want, sirs. You have 5 minutes now.
Use them all.
I just got a message saying we're back, so I don't know.
All right, good.
Okay.
I don't know how people on YouTube got my phone number, but it's there. Ms. Connie wants to introduce it and turn it over to the folks.
Sure will. So Granite State Clean Fleet's request for proposals has just been released. This is Volkswagen money that was mitigated, money that goes to the state every year. Last year, this paid for our new DPW truck. When the request came out, we thought immediately of the need of the fire department. And they're going to tell you about the need and the truck that we're looking at that we would like to apply for. I can tell you that when you apply for one of these grants, you look at the old truck, you look at the new truck, and you run some calculations on, because this is the Clean Fleets, is just like the name says, it's all based on emissions, and how you are going to save the environment on the emissions and the diesel fuel, and the initial emissions testing came out great. So I think the grant would be very well positioned. So I'll let Chief speak about the truck.
Thank you. I just want to say for the record too that we were under the impression that in 2023, when we did our 6-year plan for apparatus replacement, that we were saying what years we were looking to replace trucks. So therefore, last year we had no other trucks that we were going to be bringing forward. That's why we didn't bring anything forward last year, because we were under the impression that what we brought in 23 was going to cover us until we replaced everything that we have currently.
Currently listed. Hey, not for nothing, but I distinctly remember when that fire truck passed, and I said to you, no new trucks for a while now, Doug.
Why did you say?
Yes.
It's 2 years. Why?
A while? No, a while is
Wild.
I always feel like we position ourselves to say that, and we shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah,
That things over.
I've grown since then.
He had a need.
I wasn't gonna say anything though.
Well, you got a lot to say.
Well, so I actually want to thank everybody for having us tonight. So what we're looking to do is Rescue One, which is the 1998 Freightliner that you see that goes to about 80% of all of our calls. We're doing around 900 calls a year. We're probably going to be close to 1,000 calls this year. The rescue gets dispatched to every ambulance call in the town. On average, last year we did 630 ambulance calls. The rescue has all our ALS equipment on it, our narcotics, everything that our paramedics need to take care of a medical situation. But it also responds to fire calls. The problem that we have is we have a very young department, and a lot of our members that are on the department right now are in their early to mid 20s. A larger truck, even a rescue truck, which is under 24,000 pounds, so it doesn't require a CDL, but it is a little intimidating for anybody that's only driven a car or a pickup truck. So it takes quite a lot of drive time. We require everybody to do daytime hour driving, nighttime hour driving, and then it doesn't take into account driving in inclement weather. The truck that we have now is a very light truck. It is not very good at all in the snow or in the ice. A lot of times what we'll do during a snowstorm is we'll actually park it and run one of the engines, which are heavier and they have automatic tire chains on them. So there's many reasons for us going with the replacement truck. The rescue right now is only a 2-man cab. Generally, we're running 3 guys at least to a medical call. Our protocol since COVID has been that we don't put more than 2 people in a truck. This truck is only made for 2 people. So if 3 more people come, a lot of times we're running the engine to calls. The rescue truck is our only truck that holds no water, has no pump, no water on it at all. All it has is equipment. The problem that we have is, especially now during the daytime, we have a very limited crew of people during the day, and we've had it, myself personally, I've experienced it when I was full-time, of getting caught with the proverbial getting caught with your pants down, where we were coming back from a cardiac arrest call, and we got a fire call where somebody was trapped in a large style shed. It ended up being a suicide, but we had we had that truck. All we had was fire extinguishers. We had nothing, and we were too far away from the fire station to come back to get an engine. So since I became chief, the guys during the daytime, they do not run the rescue truck. They run the engine so that should we have a brush fire or any type of building fire, they have everything they need to do their job. So they can go to medical calls, they can go to fire calls. The truck that we currently have is 27 years old. Fire trucks are supposed to be taken out of service after 20 years. So that's why we've made a good attempt at replacing our fleet, and certainly getting engine 2 has helped us a lot. What I'm hoping to do by going with this new concept of going with a mini pumper, it's a smaller truck. It holds 4 people. It's a Ford F550. Ford F550 is no different. It's just a little bit bigger than your regular pickup truck. Everybody can drive it. The trucks that we have now, the first thing they learn how to do is they drive our utility pickup, and they learn how to drive our smaller forestry, which is an F550. So everybody's very comfortable with it. It would allow us to have up to 4 people respond to a call. The mini pumper has a large fire truck size fire pump on it with a small amount of water. So it can basically hold its own in the initial stages of a house fire until more help could get there. It's the same size fire pump as what are on all our other fire trucks. It would up the town's ISO rating. A lot of people ask why we have the amount of fire trucks that we have on the department. And the reason is for the size community we are with the hazard types we have. Residential houses with light commercial. In order to put enough gallons of water on a fire, we need to have a minimum of 3 fire pumps, which we meet that now. The tanker that we have is a little bit older than the rescue truck, but it's actually in great condition, has no rust on it, and we're just going to keep that until eventually it's of no use anymore. So eventually down the road, we will be downsizing the fleet. In the meantime, by purchasing a smaller truck, we can take a lot of wear and tear off of the older engines that we have now. Right now, a new fire truck is around $1.2 million. And the truck that we are asking for, not taking into account the grant, is $420,000. So by going with a smaller size truck, we gain many benefits from having it, as far as easier to operate. It's 4-wheel drive. It has 300 gallons of water on it, so it's good for car accidents, good for brush fires, good for wires down, good for the majority of the calls that we go on. It doesn't take away the need for having the larger trucks, but it will buy us time. It gets better mileage, better emissions, and it would be a huge benefit to the department. It is on the CIP, or was on the CIP, for a 2025 replacement. And with this grant, if we got approved for it, it's a 70-30 match. So basically, it would cost the Litchfield taxpayers, or somehow, however we come up with the money, about $125,000 or $126,000. And it would buy us some more years of not replacing the more expensive trucks.
So this would be a warrant article for next year.
Well, so that's the dilemma here, is it's a quick turnaround for the grant. So proposals have to be in by May 23rd. So the clock is ticking and you'd have to get writing. That doesn't bother me, but when you submit the grant, they're going to ask you if the town has the funds. So they will not approve a grant if the town doesn't have it.
We know that answer. We don't.
But we don't have funds, right?
We don't have the
This is
access to
pretty
those funds. We don't
basic.
have a capital revolving we can tap in. We don't have anything to tap into.
We have the
Impact.
Fire Expendable Trust,
Mhm.
which has 76,000.
$1,000? Okay.
We
How
have
much-
Fire Impact.
She found the money.
It's on the line.
After we paid the bond.
So we still need 40.
So we need about $40,000.
And how much money you have in your budget that we can take out of there?
About $40,000.
How much was in the impact fees?
10 left because we paid
Because
the
we paid
fire
up.
station.
Which, by the way, this is where it's like we did that, good reason, but we lost sight of this truck being in need, so that wouldn't have happened if the truck was, we knew that.
I agree.
And you say you have 40,000 in your budget?
I think the hard part is this is an incredible deal for the town. To actually get so much of it paid by the state. It doesn't meet current emissions. So, I mean, they're really look to get those types of trucks off the road. With this grant,
The current one, the current rescue.
yeah,
Why wouldn't we trade that in or try and sell that?
There's not any value on it.
you.
Okay.
We
But they
bought
they
it
want
from
to destroy it.
Londonderry in 2010 for $50,000.
So I think we should sell it to New Boston. It's like 10. No, that we're,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not even, I thought he's.
Well, no, he's in Bedford now.
Oh, he's in Bedford now.
And they already have,
the one.
and they already have a mini pumper.
Okay,
They don't need another one.
all right.
One of
So,
the stipulations with this grant is the old truck has to be destroyed.
Right.
oh, okay.
And when I say destroyed, they make us, they make a certified person to cut it into
Little pieces.
little pieces.
Can't get cut up.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
So that's the thing is this truck, the truck that we have now owes us nothing. It's the only,
Oh, it's a good deal, but what happens if you need that $40,000 you've got in your other budget for something else?
well, I don't know if that's where you guys are gonna
I was kind of somewhat.
come up with the money.
I know, but I was also somewhat thinking that if he's got it, if
I don't-
they're here, they know where they're going to get it.
I don't know. You get 40,000. We're already considering we're 60,000.
Yeah,
Still.
we're here talking about $8,000.
Porta potties.
Porta potties. I know, right?
Yeah. Now
Bob and I are sharing a brain there. You know.
But I also know that I also agree that this is sort of a not. I wanted it one time, but it's something that doesn't come up forward that often. And
Brand new truck for 70% off.
right, I know.
I want it. I just don't know how to pay for
The
it.
need is definitely to have the water capability.
The other thing is a fire truck right now. The $1.2 million trucks are about 3.5 years out. A truck of this, even if it got approved tomorrow, takes less than 16 months. So it's a lot quicker of a turnaround.
So the $126,000, I think is the number you use. Does that include the fit up costs? I know a lot of our criminal go over.
So this truck that we spec. So basically, the truck that you have in front of you, we actually saw Drakett's truck down in Mass, and everything is on there. It's outfitted. When the truck comes in, it includes lettering, lights, sirens, everything.
That's right. That's what.
And then all we would do is we would take existing equipment that we have on Rescue One now and transfer it over.
So you're not anticipating anything above the 126 to put it on the road.
Correct.
I know.
So if we could use the fire expendable trust plus the impact ledger, that brings it down to $39,311.
Where do we get that
I'll
though?
give you the 11.
It's cheaper than most cars these days.
How much?
Yeah.
$39,311. So
where did you get? Where did you?
taking a 126,000.
Oh, okay.
Pull out the 76,688.96, 10,000 from the fire impact ledger, and it's 39,311.04.
Come out of the
04.
Give you
That's
that.
what hourly pay now is at that point.
You couldn't use the repair revolving fund at all for that, could you?
I don't know.
How much is that?
To offset repairs?
Well, I mean, because the repair
what happens
line will
if
end
you
up going down
We'd
if
have to
they're able
understand
to
how
get
that
the
was
truck.
enabled, right? Is that the?
Expendable trust.
Because there's $70-something thousand in that account.
No, that's the one I'm.
Fire expendable.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Fire expendable.
Oh,
So
okay.
you are using it.
You can double count that if you'd like.
No.
That's a fire vehicle expendable trust. Has 76,88.90.
Okay.
I just think that we're 40,000. If we were at home and this was our budget at home, we're $40,000 short, right?
Yeah. So
And
the
I
question
want it.
is how can you save $40,000 or let's call it 39,000 and change in your budget?
Well, we probably have to take a look at that, but
Without impacting what the warrant did for the per diems, because you've got those people now, so we can't impact that.
We can't pull that.
So the question now is there, at your current run rate and what you have in your labor dollars, how are you looking? Is that something you could, because again, it is a bottom line budget to what we've given them, right?
Well, the problem is too, if you come up with $40,000 out of your budget committee's gonna hack the hell out of you.
But I also
Yeah.
would think, I would hope the budget committee would go, it was a fiscally sound idea because we're getting a truck to solve our problems, to improve the department and make services better.
But we're taking
70% off.
expenses.
I think
that
like,
we're-
$420,000.
It's a capital expense.
$39,000.
And we're taking disposable,
It's not that.
using operational expenses
I
to
had
pay
to-
for a capital
we had to bring
expense.
it
And
forward,
I'm not
right.
because It's so.
It's like,
well, that's why we get paid the big bucks. So we have to make the decision.
I mean, we can't say it's an emergency because the truck's running,
Well, until
so
it's
you
not.
can't use
Till it's
until
not.
it's not. But you'd have to. It would have to be an emergency to use the.
But you lose the grant though. The grant's only open for so long for this year.
So the grant will come probably. The money is pretty sound that it gets dealt out every spring. But who counts the money once before it's issued?
Right. When is this truck gonna? I know you talked about the truck being potentially already in the build process and being a. When would a truck like this be available to you actually purchase? Actually, get it in line in the flight in run.
So according to when I talked to the salesman today,
He's a salesman, so be careful.
well, I know. So you're probably talking like next winter, not this winter. You're probably talking about like spring, summer next year, or whatever, before everything is all said and done with the truck.
26.
So couldn't we just, as an action to secure the $86,000 towards it, and then go to a warrant in March for the additional funds?
Not to apply for the grant though.
We can apply for the grant. Say we have a path forward. Because we're not going to get a truck until X, right? We already know we
They want to know you already have the money, I think.
Well,
they want the money secured. in place.
Right. I mean, yeah.
You could say we had a
Don't
path
let-
forward, but I bet we wouldn't get the grant.
Yeah.
They're going to give it to somebody who has the money in hand.
Right, but we can't take delivery of the truck anyway till next winter. So it's like we're already waiting another year and a half.
Because we can't
For
even
the
talk
vehicle,
about
that means we're another year and a half.
anticipated funds without a warrant article.
So you don't think they'll accept the fact that we're going to go to warrant and probably use unassigned? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that word, but
No, don't start that.
I
again.
don't think that they will take the fact that you're gonna go to warrant. That's too questionable as to whether it would pass.
Yep.
If you had the funds from another source, because yes, you are reimbursed, right? So we paid for the truck. In a minute, you're gonna accept the money to.
yeah, I never get it back. Yeah.
So if the truck isn't delivered until next spring, we're not going to need to expend the money until next spring. We'll probably have more fire impact funds come in,
Correct.
right? Well,
So how much more
look at
fire
the
impact fees will you
2026
have?
budget?
Has to be on the list.
That's a question.
It depends on the impact
see-
fees are from the sales of some of the homes that have been happening, right?
The impact fees are
Do we have more coming from over on
Yeah. Yeah.
102 and the other?
Mhm.
Okay.
Here and then Pearson.
That's why I think Kim was saying that come when this actually is ready to execute, we may have a lot more impact, more impact fees to offset this overall cost.
Right.
It's just like
You want to hedge your bets.
It's that though, and
To use that 40 like we did this year to pay the fire station bond. We'd have to say, hey, that
we have
money is
a different
earmarked
priority,
for the
right? Yeah, we have to make sure we don't do that this year.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it sounds like we have a path forward, but we can't do it because they want us to have money now.
Well, if we have the expendable trust, the rest of the money we'd say we are planning on using impact fees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if the grant is approved. If the grant isn't approved, we're gonna try again next year,
Well,
right?
let's say they accept. We'll use impact fees, and then we just leave it there, right? And so we don't have the money. What happens?
Then
We just don't get the award, right?
Right.
Roll it back.
Just
we
that,
probably would get disqualified for the next round, more likely.
Right. And you're talking, so we got approved last year at this time
Mm-hmm.
for the DPW truck.
Yep.
Mhm.
By the time it went through executive council and all that,
Mhm.
I don't think we had the truck until
It was a while. It was like a year. Right?
November.
Yeah, it was like November timeframe when it came in. The truck did. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that's when we paid for it.
And we're not anticipating this truck until next winter.
Right.
Not this winter, next winter. So 2026 winter.
It has to, the whole project from applying for the grant, getting the grant approved, buying the truck, paying for the truck, and me submitting reimbursement paperwork to the state has to be done before December 2027. That's a lot of time.
It is, and I also hope that, again, worst case, well, we just asked the voters, but I mean, that's not worst case, that's the right probably the way to do it, but at the same token,
I think you have to ask before you commit funds.
but it sounds like if we don't have the funds, we just don't take the truck, because we're not, the truck is, if we have a name on a truck, potentially, we're not committed to take it in December. If we say we can't have it, this is going to find the next guy who wants it.
Right.
So we're not committed on the truck.
For the
If we get the grant,
Not
granted, we
get
have a year and a half to figure out how to pay for it.
Yes.
Kim,
It sounds like they want to know up front that we have it.
And we're saying from impact fees.
And I don't know what tariffs are going to do. I don't think. Who knows?
I don't want to go down that road. I want to go what's approved and what's not.
Yeah, it's just,
You go and go.
right now, if you were
I
to
think they
buy
have the
the
money
truck
now.
today, it's 400,000. They're expecting, they put a buffer zone in.
Mhm.
So he's saying it's not to exceed 420. So it actually could be a little bit cheaper than that by the time all is said and done.
Right. I know the truck we bought would end up being that way too, but
Right.
Is there any way SIP can tell us what the impact fees that we could put towards this would be? With the impact fees that are coming in, that we know are coming in from
that
Pearson
wouldn't be
and.
SIP, that'd be our office.
Yeah,
It's-
the only way.
But SIP has got these funds allocated, right, to places.
It's more to collect, but it's a 5-year wait.
I don't understand
You're
that.
about to roll off.
So, to make a really convoluted process down, we met with Jay Mankara just a little while ago. They take all the projects, right? And so this wasn't on the plan when they did it, unfortunately. But they take all the projects, how much those projects total, and then they figure out by the population, the additions to the populations, the homes that are being built, what those new residents or those new developments would owe towards these projects if they had been
If they had been on a project.
if they had been living here, right? So ideally, the idea is that they're contributing as much as the residents that are here paying taxes on them because they're going to get the benefit of the assets. The hard part is this truck wasn't on the SIP plan.
It never made it to warrant, so it never.
But hang on, correction again. It was on the plan when the impact fees were created and or charged,
Should have been.
and they're still collecting the same amount of impact fees. So I just say get it back on the plan where it belongs in that 6-year window where we're collecting fees for it now for that next 5 years. If it was in the 2023 impact,
So the fees were calculated on 2026, yeah.
right?
So passed in 2026.
So anything they collected in 2023 to 2026 was for that truck.
Would have been partly for that.
Yeah. Well, in the fire department, that's the bigger priority at this point, right? So
Do you have the old spreadsheet from the prior year?
I
You ever
agree
get
with
that
John
from
on that.
John?
Yeah,
See if it's there.
yeah, I just said we need to fix that mistake because
yeah, I agree.
we didn't go back in year 2024 and change the fee impact. We based that calculation on the truck requirement in that 5-year window. And now we're coming up to, we're not going to acquire the truck to 2027, so we're in the window of what we asked. Right? And we can't estimate. We have no idea when houses will get sold and funds will come in based on those impact fees because we have no insight into that.
They have to pay impact fees when they get their CL.
Yep.
So you're going to have a significant
Oh, yeah.
amount of
We have a lot of houses opening.
developments get their COs in the
But
next.
there's CIP projects that those have been higher up on numbers that have been promised those dollars. Is that correct too?
No.
This is the only fire
project.
Your money gets collected for fire, money gets collected for police.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
all
this-
right,
and itemized.
Yeah.
And rank.
okay, all right.
Yeah, so we're only trying to allocate the money that's collected on their behalf
Right.
for that project that was put in there in 2023.
So she's pulling up the SIP from the prior year.
Speak. Steven's, I can see the steam coming from,
Trying to think
Steve's
where we
thinking.
come up with the money.
he's thinking.
Well, the other elephant in the room is we can't even equip our police department with vehicles.
Correct. I mean, we have
Well, we've been told no about that. We haven't been told no about this.
correct. We have a no vote, so we can't even take impact fees to try to buy.
That means no. So we can't do anything about that until yes means yes.
I wish we had both warrant articles were passed, and that kind of gave us we could find the money, get it done.
Yes.
That's not
Because
the world we're
when
living
was it
in, though.
no?
It's not the world we're living in.
Yeah.
So was fire rescue 15.
I think we're still 4 months out before that truck is going to be ready to be in its duty.
If you can assure me that we'll have the money, that we don't have to go to the taxpayers to get it, then I'll vote yes. But if you tell me I'm $40,000 short, if I was home and this was my budget at home, I'd have to say no, I can't. So somehow you got to tell me that you have the money.
And mean it.
Yep, and you got to mean it.
Well,
You got to convince me.
If we're arguing,
I'm not getting a credit card
we're
bill.
saying that we're going to use the revolving plus impact fees, and we have a line of sight in the impact fees because we know we have X amount of homes going on with COs. We know what that number is. We should be able to calculate a number. That
What the
goes-
percentage would be fire. Yeah.
Yeah, and we should be able to tell.
Kim's thinking too. I can see steam coming from
Just
over there
depends when
too.
they get that certificate of occupancy, you know?
Yeah, there's so
That's
many
the
homes that
catch.
may be opened up for sale that they have to have the COs before they do it. So.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And we can't predict that.
And that's why we're getting money petering in.
Number on it yet.
Yeah,
But the actual spreadsheet itself.
but it doesn't matter because it's
Can you come back to us next week? And give us a better or
Well,
2 weeks.
I can, but if I don't start writing, I won't.
Can we?
Well,
How about we do this?
okay.
Can we authorize Kim and the chiefs, the deputy and the chief, to proceed with getting it ready for submittal?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even submitting it, and if we come back in 2 weeks and say we can't do it, withdraw it.
It's a lot of work. How many hours do you think you'll be putting
I
in?
mean that's okay because we'll have it for next year. I
Okay.
mean, I wouldn't look at it as gone work or gone hours. I would just save it and have it ready for next year. And we'd be changing some numbers, but
Right.
Yeah, but we'd have the work done.
right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll go back and ask Matt, what developments are getting ready for COs, how many are looking for, see if maybe even,
And recalculate what that number should be in there.
And I
we
would
can project it out a little. And then,
We just need 40.
yeah. And I would
39 what?
39.
Yeah.
39-1.
Get the 40 so you got a buffer. But I would think that if we write the grant and we actually indicate the funding sources from our impact fees, and today we have this in our currently in cash, we have an estimate over the next year and a half, which is timeline for the truck, to have this much more, especially if it's a lot more than what they need or we need to fill it out. I would hope they would go, this town's thinking smart, and they use the impact fees for what it's meant to be used for.
Yes.
So I don't want to delay.
I agree. I don't want the SIP to handicap us.
Well, and I think that with the amount of calls that you have seen the fire department
Yeah.
go up, and most of them being medical calls.
I remember when we never used to get any of those calls, and it was always a bone of contention that we didn't know what you were doing all day, every day.
Right.
And now we do. We have this great page that you guys put a lot of work into. And we have a real good idea of what you are doing. I do think that it should pay off in this way, but I got to know.
We'll save the lead and fuel anyways.
I'll get together with our building inspector and our financial minds over there, and we'll start the grant. And if we feel we can't get there, we'll let you know next meeting.
All right, so I think we do need to make a motion to do it, right?
You
So-
gotta give me permission.
So I will make a motion that we authorize our town administrator and the fire department staff to formulate the grant, that grant process, and to notify us in 2 weeks where the funding is coming from.
I'll second that.
I do think we need to be creative. I think we don't want to miss an opportunity to do it if we can. And I don't want to go to tax base if we don't have to. And
I
obviously,
definitely do
if
not.
we can use impact fees, again, that's what it's for. If we can calculate the impact fees and they accept, and I'd be honest in the grant, we're funding it with some revolving fund, but predominantly impact fees. This is what we estimate we'll have at time of delivery to be able to pay our.
And that should do it. That should work. If that number's real, I think that we can absolutely do that.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, I would probably,
But I wouldn't be afraid to go to the people and say we could buy a $420,000 truck for $40,000.
But we can't do that this year. And the grant has to go.
Time is kind of bothered. We gotta wait till next year.
What, 23rd?
You need a warrant article to do that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, we're just not, we gotta go in order.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No?
Just concerned with, we're in such a budget deficit right now that might not look good to all the people.
But we're using monies that we can't use for any other purpose.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's revenue.
We saw the
Revenue, that's-
blowback over unassigned fund balance just recently. So
Yep.
just be
It's different.
prepared.
Yeah, and we're gonna have, and ultimately, we're gonna have to get past that because that is our mechanism to offset the taxes.
The
We have
impact.
savings, we have revenue,
Yeah.
and the big driver is revenue. When we have more revenue we project, that creates that unassigned. We're using it. It doesn't go back to the tax base. There's no real mechanism. I know people like to say we can give you back your taxes, but we can't. There's no process. And if we did, it's going to cost you, for every dollar, it's going to cost you $1.10 to get it back to you. So it doesn't make sense to even do that. The way we do it and keep our budget consistent, or at least level set as best, is to use our appropriations that we've already raised in a good practice to keep the level normal, right? So, and I think we need to do a better job. We need to educate people. We need to make sure that's clear in messaging. I agree, Bob, but I think the concern is, what happens in, not gonna jinx the truck, but it blows up tomorrow.
So you jinxed the 9 o'clock timeline.
I know I did. We're gonna drive it home. We only have a few more topics.
Buried it.
You notice I was in my time constraint.
Do we already vote?
You'd blown that.
Do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstain.
I'll see you
Motion
tomorrow.
carried 5-0. You're coming in
Bring
late.
your sharp pencil.
Yeah, sharpen my pen.
Yeah.
Here it is.
All right.
All right, thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Doug. I hate to make it rough on you, but
Kills me. That's
I
know.
completely understand.
In normal years, we wouldn't have that challenge, but we have that challenge. And the voters sent a message and we have to deal with that. But we have to keep the top running too.
2 fire trucks, 2 grants would be great, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
it'd be lovely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right. Next up is review of the bylaws.
Nope. Acceptance.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Acceptance of funds.
Yeah.
It's not Sunday.
Acceptance. Next up is acceptance of funds for the amount of $239,900 for reimbursement from the Clean Fleet Grant and Highway. Is cleaning?
No.
No, sorry.
Franken.
And last year, the international that we replaced at highway, so the full was up almost $300,000. We paid about 60, and here is the check from the state. We have it in hand. We would like to accept it.
Motion to accept the funds.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Leary, second from Mrs. Plansky.
there.
Where do these funds go?
They go
So
different.
they're in a due from right now account. They're just waiting. Because we already paid for the truck. We've got to replace them.
But ultimately it goes back to the. Right, so. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I always say good job in getting the grant. Kevin's
Hey,
fleet
good
is
job.
looking fairly new, so hopefully he's happy and satisfied and we don't need any more trucks. He'll call me tomorrow. All in favor say aye. Opposed, abstained, motion carries 500.
So that money goes back into unassigned funds?
Goes back into a fund balance, right?
It goes back into the fund balance because we paid for the truck and it's in a due from. Yeah, it's like a receivable.
Yeah. We can't use that money to pay for it.
No.
Try.
A savings account, now we gotta put back in the savings account.
No.
So, all right, next up is the review of the bylaws. So I asked for this to be put on there. I actually have a suggested change. And I'm comfortable with saying to you, if you folks want to not address it now and move on, we can, but I'll just highlight the change. So beyond some grammatical things that I changed, the only thing I really changed was under Article 2, which is membership terms of office and roles, Section D, Sub 1, which is the voting on the officials of the board to include a chair and vice chair to serve one-year terms. A chair and a vice chair may serve 2 one-year consecutive terms in these positions, but no more than 2. I'm suggesting, and I'll explain why I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting we strike a chair and vice chair may serve more than 1 executive term in these positions, but no more than 2. And changing the wording to be, a chair and a vice chair will continue to hold office until the majority of the members vote to appoint another member in standing in the year of service. So my suggestion is, this board has the power to remove the chair or vice chair every year.
Mm-hmm.
I have been part of this board in the past when people did not want to serve. And I think it kind of creates a challenge to put people who want to do the job in the position versus making a change for the sake of making a change. This body has the power to change us every year. So I want to leave that power with the members and not by a bylaw.
This was something that I brought forward, was the 2 years for the chair, all right? And it can always be overridden by a unanimous vote of the board, just like conservation has for theirs. And I don't see any reason to change it.
But it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that at all. It doesn't say that the members can do it.
That was always understood. We talked about it during meeting.
Let's add it as opposed to make it understood.
Yeah.
So don't change it, just make the addition, I'm sorry, you would change it.
It can be
The
overridden
addition, it can be overridden by a unanimous vote.
of the board.
But isn't that, aren't we saying the same exact thing?
No, it means all 5 members would have to vote yes for someone to
And
be.
all 5 members have to vote yes to have someone, or a majority of the members have to vote yes for somebody stays in their office.
That's a difference.
It's a big difference. It's a big difference.
So if you're right, okay, I'm fine with that. I just think I want to make sure that there is an option for this board to maintain consistency, or people who want to do the job.
Right.
Do the job, right?
Right. But
And if somebody doesn't want it, they can
majority of the
refuse it.
group-
They can always refuse a
There's
nomination.
a majority of the group who want to put a new person in,
They could do it.
they could do it.
They could do
Every
it
year.
with the change that I
Right,
recommended.
right.
That's why I was saying it. I mean, the majority rules, right? At the end of the day, this board, I mean, I would say it's challenging when you do it, but this board can change leadership every year. That does create problems, but it can change leadership.
I think on number 5, it can change leadership as well at any time, unless I'm reading that wrong.
Yep.
What does 5 say? The last sentence.
I didn't change 5.
Oh, so Article 2.
Yeah. Nothing in the guidelines shall prevent selectmen from voting to replace the chair. Yeah, the majority of the board can say.
The last sentence.
Yep.
Granting board the chair or liaison. So the board members that the chair or the liaison, you can remove the chair if they acted inappropriately or exceeded his or her authority upon their requests.
Mm-hmm.
So you can remove a chair, right?
That almost came up a few years ago.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but anyway, so it looks like you can remove a chair at any time during the year.
Yeah, I would stress you can remove a chair and or vice chair, right? I would say if there's a no vote, if this majority has a no confidence vote on a single person performing a role,
It should be chair and vice chair and then renominate.
Yeah. And I think the board of liaisons, I mean, we've had instances where we've had to move people around, mainly not because of what this is stating, but just because schedules were messed up and, conflicts happened, so we had to do that.
So what, I think it should read so that a unanimous vote, like if Bob had said, I want to be chair again, do we have a unanimous vote that I could be? That should be what's written in there.
Kind of like what happened with John Davidson this year.
Right.
Nobody wanted to be.
Yeah, nobody wanted to say.
Right, so everybody would have to say, okay, we all want Bob to do it.
The bylaws indicate that.
What?
Committee's bylaws state that
the majority, I'd have to look, but
You can hold it as many years as they want. Yeah, they don't have that in there.
I got the impression they
Conservation says it in their bylaws.
They do.
Yeah.
It completely says it. It says flat out, not unanimous, says that you can put so if you have 4 other people that are like, I don't think I'd make a great chair. Very unlikely I would ever want to be one.
Mm-hmm.
So if all of a sudden I'm nominated, it's going to be no thank you. But say we have other people like me that aren't going to probably be a great chair. Then we'd have one person that we would just keep, until the people change.
So there's no limit on Comcom.
I would say no limit. I mean, if we, you don't want to make me chair just because somebody else is done, is done with 2 years. I mean, you want the best person available to be the chair. And if everybody agrees that they're past their 2 years, and everybody has to agree.
Yeah, I mean, the other part too is, the voters also have the opportunity to remove somebody too.
Exactly.
We're on 3-year cycles, right?
Right.
So why don't I do this, because we are.
Sentence.
No, how about I do this? Why don't I just go back? I'll remove that change. I'll put in what we're talking about,
right?
And we'll just look at it at the next meeting.
Same thing with number 5. Change that.
Yeah,
chair or vice chair.
I think I got it. What you folks want to do.
All right.
So I'll clean up that wording to what we just talked about, and then I'll clean up the wording on 5. And as soon as it's ready, I'll send you the guys the link so you can kind of review it prior to the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the next meeting, if there's no additional changes, actually, if you're okay with this, or folks who want to expand on this, I'll share it with you all with commenting on it, and you can make any other changes you want and recommend so that we can see it, and then we can. At the next meeting, we agree, and just click, and accept them.
Yeah, we can vote next week. In case there's a typo, or you start saying, because I'm hearing
some typo that I saw last time, but
I mean, I do like to see changes in the board. I think it's, I do like to see that, but there are times that it's not going to be.
Yeah, it's just disruptive.
Yeah.
Disruptive.
It's not disruptive, but it's also can be really great, all of a sudden.
So it should be like I mentioned during voting that we're a board of 5, so I think if you're appointed, you should be able to vote for yourself. We'll feel
And they've done that.
I think you should be able to vote for yourself too.
Vote just so that we have a 3-2,
Yeah, I got it.
4-1 kind of.
But that's not in this document, though, is it?
But you can't vote for yourself. I think people do it out of politeness.
So what Steve said,
Be humble. Be humble.
Yeah.
I want to be careful of the wording with what Steve, because it says the chair and vice chair or liaison. Those ands and ors there get me nervous. You know what I mean? That's why I really
I would just replace chair semicolon, vice chair colon, and or. I would just do it that way.
That's why I just want to see that.
The bylaws don't sound like they were written to do what Bob had wanted them to do, which was to be able to be overridden if necessary, or
Yeah,
design.
so this, I think what we'll do, the cleanup will be put back the wording the way it was, with a comma, or by majority vote to maintain, whatever that is. Well, I'll put the wording in, I'll publish it back to you folks, you can look at it, find back feedback, or at the next meeting we can accept or not accept at that point. Again, it's just, like I said, there was a few other grammatical, and my OCD kicked in a little bit about formatting, but
Yeah, I think if you say just a unanimous,
Next meeting.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
if you just say a unanimous vote can override it, that's fine.
Yeah, there
Okay,
you go.
all right, so I'll do that and we'll bring it back at the next meeting for approval.
Okay.
All right, so that's in the bite, there's no action there then at this point. Board of Selectmen social media updates. I had this put on there because I don't know if anybody saw, Kim and I, and I think even Diane, we were kind of talking about, how do we make sure members of the community know what kind of things we've done? Right? How do we highlight that? If they're not watching the meetings, or they don't want to spend the now 4 hours to watch a meeting, how do we get them to be aware of sort of the important stuff, the actions we took, the decisions we made? So last meeting, we kind of put together a template prior, and we kind of threw it together and said, these are the things we think are important, right? Again, we think they're just good snippets. And the idea was to get it out there in kind of snippet format so people saw it. So I did the first post as an experiment. Again, Kim helped me out, put all the actions we took, we put it down, I cleaned it up. I posted as sort of carousel photos so people see it, and I kind of highlighted, here's the actions that we took, and here's the link to the video if you want to watch it too, but here's the short version, right? I got not a lot of feedback, I got a lot of thumbs up, but not a lot of feedback. So that was my first attempt, and so I'm kind of curious on if there's any feedback on whether we should continue to try to kind of morph that and continue that to kind of fine tune it.
I like it because I think it may entice people to actually watch the meeting. If they're reviewing it, they're like, oh, okay, they're talking about the police cruiser, they're talking about this, they're talking about that. Maybe they'll,
right.
You know what it does a great job at, Lauren Solomon, is Microsoft Pilot.
No, I know.
It's amazing.
No, so Kim did it hardware, but I'm also looking
AI, here we go.
Oh, no.
The minutes are also, I take the minutes and I put it into another form of that. And you have it summarized in it. And when I did the first one, it was like, oh, she got that one, she got that one, but that was no part.
Yeah, you still get it.
You gotta clean it up. So I think I want to help Kim streamline that part of it, because she's basically putting it together so I can take it and snip it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm, and again, I would like to be able to just go do it too, but I also feel bad because Kim already has a ton of crap she's got to do, and this is us trying to get our message out.
Mm-hmm.
And I know she helps, and again, it came from her, and I just did the conversion piece. What I want to do is take tonight's output that when Kim gets to it in the next 48 hours, kind of look at another way of approaching it.
Why she's grant writing.
I'm trying to give her time to do it. I do want to take this pass. I do want to take the same approach, but I kind of want to get in that.
So don't.
So it's more like you see some of the posts that Jay does where he has the format and all of it. I kind of want to do with a nice kind of crazy board of selectmen kind of cartoon round, and then just kind of that's the highlight to get it to grab, and then put all the stuff in bolding and thing. Just try to grab more people to read it specifically, and still pointing to the link of the video. Right.
But the one thing we did get a lot of feedback on was that I sent it in email out to all the boards and commissions and the department heads that next morning, and a lot of people responded back.
I like that.
They wanted, that was very helpful to them.
So the interesting thing that I think I blurred the headline because the reason why the idea came up was because Kim started doing that before and kind of fell off a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to get back into it because I think department heads are also missing some of the important actions they're taking.
Mm-hmm.
So they stemmed out of going, I like this format. Can we make it something a little shorter? Because there's a lot more detail in there.
Yeah, you gotta keep it
a little bit shorter and a little like really the heavy hits.
Yeah.
Because they're not blessed minutes yet. Unless you're doing very high level. They're not blessed minutes.
No, they're not.
But you got motions in there.
I think that they're just saying we talked about.
And
we talked about that.
It's just highlights.
That.
All right.
It's a total highlight reel.
Again, we sometimes do
I would
corrections, and I don't want that out there before we even.
When I came in, my idea to you and I sat with you was to do like a, maybe a
3-minute kind of.
a 3-minute kind of video blurb. because very easy to watch. They've been really successful on WhatsApp as far as getting, I think they're like 2,000 views.
But you can't do that
That's
according
a
to the
lot.
bylaws. The bylaws say only you can
But
do
the
it.
bylaws are changeable, Kim.
Well, I mean,
I agree, but I'm saying the bylaws now say that only.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
the official face of the public, I get that. But, you know, if we can get the snippets down to a point where it's consumable, maybe that is something we can say. go
That's
do it,
easier
go
to
do
keep
it.
up with.
Go do a 3-minute video going, hey
Yeah.
guys, this is quick. It's also, you post the video with the stuff on it. Again, we're sticking
Yeah.
up, that's further down the road, I think, in some ways.
Oh, I agree, because
But-
when you and I talked about it, it was like, how do we keep it
Well, that's
going all along? Because that, like when I used to do the weather report, it was every Monday I did the weather.
when you miss it, people go.
And when I missed it, people got mad, right? But it was a lot to do, every Monday, unpaid job, to do the
But
weather.
we talked about
talk
the
about-
website, having it on the website
Yes, yeah.
too, because
Oh yeah,
I've heard a lot. I don't have Facebook. I don't do Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't either.
that's just it's still a small. Every year that group gets
Yeah.
smaller and smaller and smaller.
That's the other side of it too, because we just posted the PDF that we posted, the 3-page PDF that we kind of did something different social. I'm actually thinking that I want to talk to you about taking and actually be it as a native page, so it's actually a little bit better searchable.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to get another couple of these under our belt and see if I get any more feedback from folks to see if there's anything else that we want to tweak or reduce, or if we're not getting any input at all, it's like maybe no one's reading it. And I really don't know how to change that behavior.
Do you get statistics from people who have hit it?
Yeah, we can see. So we can see.
To do it live, I that's why I went live
Yeah.
on WhatsApp, because what it tracked was how many people watched the video. Before I was doing, we first started it, I was doing a video and then posting it, but we never knew how many people looked at it.
Okay.
And so then Jay's like, "You've got to go live," and I'm like, "You've got to go crazy."
Well, this
Because I can't do this live.
we get analytics from the website, but we also get a lot of analytics with inside our Facebook page too. So we know what the impressions are. We know what people saw it going by. We also know what the engagement is. The unfortunate part is someone clicked on it, I saw my Instagram, move on to the next one. We don't know how long they lingered.
Right.
The video's nice because with video, you do tend to get how long they watch, which kind of gives you their interest. Right.
Right.
We see that with our meeting posts and stuff like that.
I knew that's how I knew, because I could watch people watching
So
as I was
what-
doing it. How short to keep it to keep people interested.
The one thought is that potentially taking the slideshow and turning it into a video so that it kind of makes you watch it with some like really fancy transitions just to grab their attention.
Oh
So
yeah,
always right.
very cool.
But again, I just want to make sure you're all aware of it. I know some of you folks, the ones that are on Facebook, that I saw thumbs ups and stuff like that. So I know you all saw it.
Yeah.
A lot of department heads saw it too. And again, I think it's just try to get folks to partake a little bit more, engaged in what's going on.
We've seen how dangerous it is when they don't.
Right. So
it's really scary that things can be missed.
Yes.
So we'll try to do it again as an output here. We'll see what happens after this meeting too. If you folks have any other feedback or you hear any other feedback from folks you are associated with or acquaintance with, they talk about what goes on in town. I think we keep on banging our heads, right? We're trying to do all the right things. We've improved a lot of things, but it's always a work in progress.
Yep.
I have a question though. Other towns I see doing this, they use their town logo on the bottom to say, this is the official document of the town, because of people cutting and pasting or posting other things.
Yeah, we put the logo on.
Do you have the logo saying this is the approved message of the town or something like that?
Yeah, so if people see this, they should know that there shouldn't be any other group using the logo.
No, I agree, but sometimes things get posted with wrong information, so it's misinformation, but if it's the logo on it or something to tell the public this is the official document.
The other thing is it's being posted by the town of Litchfield. Yep. It's not being posted by an individual.
There's not an individual.
There's no individual.
Right.
No.
Even when we cross posted everywhere, it was cross posted by the town of Litchfield.
Town of Litchfield. So I knew it was John, but not anybody else.
Right, unless you.
I'm just trying to make, the disinformation, misinformation,
Yeah, and that's-
whatever the word is, but.
And that's a good
No,
point
you're
too,
right.
because we want to drive people back to our page to subscribe
Right.
and get it.
Yeah, and we have work to do on that page, and we got to. That's another day. I mean, it's already, my watch is already saying.
My watch told me 20 minutes ago I was supposed to go to bed.
Mine too.
All right, let's
Stop that.
let's plow through the rest of it. So again, it was just an update, so we'll move on. Approval of the 2025 orientation manual and training resource. I'm going to just state it this way. This document, or this set of documents, is a work in progress put together by our town administrator and department heads to help onboard new entities, whether it's commission members, board members, or town employees. I think it's a work in progress that has every piece of information there. It's a live directory. If you folks didn't have an opportunity to look at it, I would encourage you to go look at it. What I would like to
I
suggest.
have the strategic plan. I don't know that I have. I was given
It's an actual drive link, is what it was. It's a live set of documents on the drive.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this the orientation one you're talking about?
Yeah. I don't believe I've seen.
I just think
when
one
was
piece
that
might have been
presented?
missing, that's all.
What?
I don't know if one, I thought it would all look great, except maybe one piece might be missing. Well, first I was pleased to see notary services are free for Litchfield residents, that was good. But, the code enforcement officer worked with the firefighter a little bit, there was some kind of overlap between fire and building code, remember there was something, but they weren't mentioned in either one. So I didn't know if
We weren't.
safety officer or something, I don't remember, but I could talk to you about that later. I thought there was an overlap that they work together on some health something one time a year.
So all of these, like finance department, building code enforcement, all of those departments, they did that
On their own.
department head wrote out
I know,
their piece.
because they kind of looked a little different. So I just think a role was missing, that's all. Everything else
Okay.
was explained except that, but I can work with you on that and you can bring it back to the
Just
group.
so there's some clarity too. This is an internal document for serving members.
It's internal only.
Well, it's for
Yeah,
serving.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
It's not
Okay.
necessarily a public face. I mean, it's public. I mean, you can look at it.
yeah.
I suppose.
I thought it would be public, but okay.
I mean, it
It
can
can
be.
be.
It can be, but
Some
that's
of
not
it.
its purpose.
But this is sort of like
All right.
New hires,
employee handbook with
onboarding.
all the secrets, Dakota rings on which
Yeah.
to call for this and that
Yep.
kind of thing.
There's nothing that is confidential in here at
All right,
all.
I'll still research that, get it to you, and you can bring it back to everybody.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we didn't leave anybody out, that's all.
I would want to see it, or I'd have to abstain as far as this approval goes, because I haven't seen
So
it.
you want the document sent to you that has the link?
Can you, if you could just do that, I just haven't seen, I don't think that was presented while I was a select person. I've only been to one meeting, this is my second meeting.
You're right.
So I haven't seen that,
fair.
but I've got the strategic plan and I have reviewed that.
All right, so we'll if it makes sense, we'll just carry this to next meeting.
Yeah.
Give you some more time to look at it.
Okay, I'll get it to you tomorrow day.
Thanks.
All right, so we're tabling to the next meeting. All right, so next is the approval of the 2025 Town of Litchfield strategic plan. Getting late.
And can we table that to the next, because I think it needs more attention than me at 10:30.
If the board wants to table it, I'm
Yeah, we'll
fine with table it.
Right.
That's not how I wanted to get to 10 o'clock, but it's okay.
We're almost at 11.
I'm missing my comedy show.
You don't take?
Keeps me grounded.
All right, Kim, I didn't miss anything else, right? We tabled the last two. We have town administrative reports and selectmen reports. So I'll turn the floor over to you. This one.
Does everybody want to read it?
I read it. It's pretty lengthy, but it's
Yeah, so I put everything in here. I mean, Joan and I are at the planning. I'm gonna do a real fast one. Joan and I are at the planning board tomorrow night talking about TRC.
Mhm.
If you didn't see the new flyers about Litchfield Alerts, we've got to get people to sign up for Litchfield Alerts on the website.
Yep.
because Code Red will be going bye-bye. And the only way they're gonna get the alerts is through our website. So we're really making that an effort right now. Our financial audit begins with them April 29th. And then they'll be back in June. Joint Loss Management Committee, we're gonna issue our second training, which is going to be social media ethics. What else? You already know. Next meeting is the DES, and we're fulfilling the Stormwater Asset Management Grant by giving you our presentation. The DRA sent us a community action report on them being here for the reval. All of the reval information is posted to the website under assessing 2025 reval. April 22nd, they've asked town administrators and or finance directors to sit on a committee because the House is, the federal government's thinking about revamping the CDBG funds, which is Community Development Block Grant. So they're talking about redoing that whole program, and they're looking for everyone's input. What they've used, I just put it on here because what New Hampshire stresses for CDBG projects are really difficult for Litchfield to apply for. So then, Kim, I think you heard about Senate Bill 297 at your meeting. It is a concern. We don't know what is going to happen. If it passes, we definitely have an issue with Health Trust.
And you were going to reach out to the reps, our reps, and what did they say to you?
So, I talked to them about a different bill, the bill that had to do with, how do I say this? It's getting late. I know. The bill that had to do with the church properties and them not being able
to be taxed.
To be taxed.
No.
For the cell tower that's sitting
The cell towers that
sitting on the land.
So the things that are taxable upon church properties would have become untaxable.
That's not gonna
I
happen.
talked to them about that and they tabled that bill.
Okay.
So it didn't go forward.
Okay.
This is a Senate bill. So unfortunately, the people that are bringing forward this bill, probably, they've already passed it in the Senate. It's going to the House, and it seems to have backing because it's being put forth and endorsed by the Secretary of State. So, regardless if it passes, whether Health Trust, because Health Trust issued this statement here saying they would cease operations. Even if that doesn't happen, the amount that the towns will be forced to increase their rates will be dramatic. So we definitely need to have an outcome and some idea before we head into 2026 budget.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, and you know, we've listened to them, we've listened to the Secretary of State. I don't see the issue of why it needs to be revamped, but whatever. Recreation Commission, Bob knows April 22nd, they're increasing their fees. And then tomorrow is D-Day at the House. tomorrow's all the zoning bills that are such a nightmare. So, both in the House and at the Senate, starting at 10 a.m. Everything to take away local control.
Unbelievable. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Sorry, no good news.
Happy news.
Well, yeah, it's news.
Yeah.
All right, selectmen reports, rec commission, Mr. Leary?
Yeah, we met last Monday. Again, we talked about Judy going to alternate, Justin becoming full-time. And they're working on several things. They're talking about the Darrow water with conservation and a few other things. We meet next Tuesday again. That's really about it on that front, I think.
Is that one? What is that? Kim had it in her notes. They have a public hearing on fee.
Yes, yeah, because they want to change we're going to change the fees.
Is that April?
Yeah, and they have to have a public hearing for that. Yeah. So,
but it's
a ways out.
Well,
And
nothing else, right?
external funds.
That's all the one you're on right now is rec, right?
Yep. And I just a couple of items not involved with rec, and I'll just be real brief. Is that Joe Radonis passed away last week. His former one of the farmers in town was also a part-time police officer, what they called a special officer back in the day. So he'll be missed. And then I forgot to do it. This one is that 5 girls: Hannah Dupre, Audrey Carew, Kylie McCormick, and Lorelei Leary, those 4 girls, won a 3-on-3 basketball tournament where every other team in that tournament were boys.
Woohoo!
And all the 4 girls beat them all,
I heard
which was really great.
There you go.
Yep. I had promised a shout out, and there it is.
Yeah.
Girl power.
Congratulations.
Can you tell I have 7 granddaughters?
Schooled you well.
Let's see, Mr. Gannon, planning board?
Planning board. April 15th at 7 p.m. tomorrow, they're having a working session open to the public to discuss development design standard for mixed-use village district. So if anybody's interested in that, be here tomorrow at 7 p.m.
You're on Heritage too, right?
Nope.
Who's on
That's
Heritage?
me.
Oh, it's you.
They haven't met since I got assigned.
How about Ms. Cleaner?
All right, SIP. Well, we've had a long discussion about SIP, but the only thing we left off SIP was the hard due dates, really stopping them September-ish, because last time they were still coming in at the end, and they're all on different committees, and it's hard to get them all together, and we didn't have rooms, and also we had a lot of public hearings that had to happen, so we ran out of runway. So we're trying to get a harder stop date on that. We met April 7th. We will be meeting again April 5th. Economic Development Committee.
May 5th? May 5th you'll be meeting again?
We're meeting May 5th.
Okay.
Not sure if.
You said April 5th.
Did I? Oh, we met April 7th. We'll be meeting May 5th. Oh,
May 5th. I'm just helping.
no problem. All right. Economic Development Committee, we did meet. Oh, we're going to be meeting on April 30th. Last time we met, we went over the Placer software. It really tracks population or movement in and out of town and where people go when they go through town, where their final destination is. It's good if you go shopping. It's not, but it doesn't mean you're from this area. But anyway, I did talk to NRPC. There are limitations to that software, so they may not buy it for the region. We're starting our final report. We need to get that done. We're hoping a 2 or 3 month time frame on that. NRPC, we have a full commission meeting Wednesday, 4/16, 30 Temple Street in Nashua. That starts at 7. The annual forum has gone out also at LaBelle Winery.
Oh, I got that. I got
Okay, so
invitation to that.
when is that? I forget. It's May. I don't know. I'll get that for the next
But I did
meeting.
get it.
I did sit out that PFAS committee for the first time Friday. it was very hard to get on the committee. I had to pass a lot of security checks to even get on that. So I just want to make sure I can find out what I can report back to you. There was interesting things about Litchfield. I want to make sure, I'll just check what I can report back.
Okay.
And then minutes too, I want to just.
Okay.
I know.
God forbid everybody know what's going
It
on.
was, so I did go Friday the 11th, but let me see what I can report back. And I'm sure I can. I just want to verify that before I do. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
I attended my first conservation meeting as a selectman's rep. The committee is just flying. It's got so many things going, and it's really fun to just listen to what's going on. They had a guy present from a turtle sanctuary that he came to present, and we had somebody from Malvern Farm come for the first time we met, that he farms at DeRoche's. That was really interesting. The intern starts in May. They'll be an employee of the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions. The Kids Fishing Derby, it's coming up on May 17th at Parker Park. The state has stopped matching fish, which is kind of sad. So there'll be less fish, but they'll be bigger, I guess. And they're also doing a Learn to Fish program that's really kind of cool as well. And they're still continuing their resident education programs. The last one was about gardening for birds. So we're on the final stages of the deed. They are on the final stages of the deed. The community garden is expanding, as Matt had said, and the Route 3A cleanup was canceled this weekend because of the weather. But we'll go forward after their next meeting. They'll come up in the table probably before that. So that was really interesting. And Heritage hasn't met yet, so I haven't gone to that. I'm really excited to go to that meeting as well. It's a really good group of people. I feel bad. I feel like I took it from you, but you still get to go to historical. So yeah, so that's what I've done. Oh, and I went to the conservation garden group, had a meeting on Saturday morning, and I was here for that too, and that was really good. So a lot of people involved, a lot of people, lots of information.
There was a lot of cars out there. I was surprised. Well, I think.
Yeah, these people, the new people that are growing are just like, there's a core group that started and they're snowballing, and they're real inclusive, and they bring everybody in, and it's just a really nice group.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, I guess it's me next. Budget committee. So we met last month. It started the chair got started. John JD's the chair as always, does a great job. I believe Scott Taylor
Scott's still the vice chair. Yeah.
Chair. Out of that meeting, we did get some questions that came back from a member. Eric Olson had sent quite a few questions. I shared the responses and the questions with all you folks previously, FYI. The department heads and Ms. Kleiner did a great job getting correlating all those answers. I had a lot of questions too on the IT side. Some of the questions were, I don't know, they were just outside the scope, but we did it. We answered everything as best we could. We're obviously, I actually, in my response to Eric, I invited him to come to a board meeting and express his concerns to the board, but as a resident, not as a budget committee. But he did come back with some more questions, and then the chair responded back, letting him know that they're a little outside of scope, and that it's the time to ask them those questions during the budget hearing season.
And the time that it took to develop the answers for those questions was about how many hours?
I think I asked it at 15, but it's probably again
They were extensive.
Yeah.
There was a lot of.
Yeah, I figured if whatever was like me, an hour was a working time, and then it was like wordsmithing and cleaning it up, making sure it was accurate, and then all that. And I know Kim helped reformat. I went in and reformatted some stuff so it was readable. But I kudos to the department heads and Kim for helping with that.
My response to those questions was a little gruff, so I apologize for that.
I love that he's excited about what he's doing.
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah. But it's he just needs to understand how many hours it took to respond.
And the other thing I wanted to next one is school facility. So I know in the last meeting we kind of said, why are we there? Bob felt like he had done the best he can do and he had other things to focus on, so we didn't select anybody. I did hear from Chairman Cutter, expressing that he felt it was important the Board of Selectmen would participate, that our feedback and our input and just knowledge of what's going on in general would be of value to the overall committee as it progresses. He did a good job in convincing me, so I said I would bring it back to the board about who they would, if there's someone who wants to participate. I will say the default answer to me to Chairman Cutter was, if there was nobody who wanted to participate and the board was supportive, I would do the participation. So that I would participate on behalf of this board. But if there's anybody else who would like to participate, and unfortunately I don't think Diane can.
I don't think I can either.
Right, there'll be a little bit of conflict
Pete's
there.
on that board.
But I don't know, Kim, if you'd want to, or Steve.
We did serve on another board together. I'm sure it's probably not a conflict of interest.
Together.
Economic development.
I mean,
Yeah, Peter and I
it's
were
just
both on
it's all a
that.
blur.
It's a lot.
She's talking about Peter and her.
Yeah, I know, they're
Yeah,
both on it.
we're both on economic development together, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah. I know, Steve.
Not my area of.
I just want it done. We've looked under every rock, it's just time to put that together.
So if the board is okay, I'm happy to go forward and be the representative if there's no one else.
I'd like to make a motion that John Brunel be our
I don't really
candidate.
know. I don't really
We can't
think
get
these are emotions and questions.
into it again.
You don't have to sell us, you have to sell your wife.
Bob, really, you don't want to do it again?
No, like I said before, I was disappointed that they took their stance on the police station. I think they stepped outside their lanes. Whereas we didn't take a position on the new school. They shouldn't have taken a position on the police station. So I felt at that point there was no need in us being involved with them anymore. You're free to do it if you want, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, again, if there's nobody else who wants to do it, I will do my best.
Did they do that, Bob? I'm sorry, I have to.
What the school voted to Chairman Cutter vote no against the
police station
department. Now we all know that Chairman Cutter's position was not that, but that was the school board's position.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And if you watch the deliberative at the end, there was budget and select hearings, and
I
he stated on behalf of his board, no.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
So-
I have to.
On the topic of the school, and again, I accept your punishment to go to. No, I should say. My wife.
It's a great board.
No, I do watch it, and I've got to spend a lot of time watching it. So
Yeah, it's a great
me being
board.
in the room is not going to change anything.
Yeah.
On that topic around school board, so as I think previous chairs done in the past, the school board asked for a collaborative meeting. So myself, Ms. Kleiner, Andrew Cutter, and Brian O'Connell met last week to talk about the priorities and ideas, how we can collaborate. And as a high level, the things we talked about is, is there a method where we can bring forward a capital project that would encompass both needs, and how we would do that and what the mechanics were. We don't know what's possible. We swapped some ideas. We have some questions with legal, whether we can do certain things. More to follow on that. And then the other one was, again, around necessity around vehicles and things like that. And it goes back to the same thing. Can the school in the town, with all the right things in place, do a townwide leasing agreement or fleet management agreement where we could acquire these vehicles in the same kind of method and take advantage of having the size to get the pricing and all stuff that would accommodate and help across the whole town. So again, those are some outside of the boxes things. That's pretty much all we got to. There's some more to come on that. I think, like I said, I think both Ms. Kleiner and Superintendent O'Connell is looking on legal opinions on both sides to see if there's, can we do that? To be honest, I think presenting a school town project that benefits both school and town together, and it's cheaper than everything individually, makes a whole lot of sense.
Oh, I'd love to see the school, the town and the school.
So at the end of the
a better
day,
relationship.
So I think the relationship is great, the collaboration is great. We're thinking outside the box. We don't know if legally we can do anything, right? So we're gonna figure that out. So more to follow on that, and I'll keep the board apprised to anything that comes up that says we can do something of that. And I think I neglected Energy Committee, which I think I'm still on. Oh, you are.
Oh.
Okay, good. 'Cause that was my next note. We need to make sure we update this next meeting. Yeah, and they haven't met, so you're all good.
Yeah. No, we haven't met.
Yeah, I have my name. I go. I know. I don't think I was on it, but you know, at the end of the day, whatever. And there's been no emergency management meetings anyway. So that's it for select reports, I believe. Unless there's anything else.
We have one non-public item real quick. It'll take about 5 minutes. Under RSA 91A 2A in parentheses, personnel, really quickly. You all know what it's about.
If it's what I think it's about, I do not want it to happen that way. I would like the board to have an opportunity to review it.
Well,
and then at the next meeting,
let's go into non-public and I'll explain it and you'll be happy.
Okay.
I love it when people are happy.
Non-public, RSA 91A, semicolon 3.
No,
2C, what is it?
2A in parentheses.
2A in parentheses.
Yes, personnel.
11:40.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second. Can I second something tonight?
Yes.
That was so fast.
This will be your second.
Motion made by Mr. Gannon to go into non-public, seconded by Mrs. Queenan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I made the motion.
Are we off?
All right, no, we're not yet. So just for the public who's maybe still watching or at the end of the video when it finally gets put back up, we will be going into non-public and coming out of non-public just to adjourn. There'll be no more motions, no more
Correct.
actions by the board at that point. Our next meeting will be April 28th at 6:30 here.
I don't know.
Everybody have a good night.